Okay, hello everyone, and welcome back to Back the Log Off. I'm Professor Icepick, and if the logo in the top right corner of the screen hasn't given it away, I'm going to be going back to Ace Attorney Investigations, Miles Edgeworth, Prosecutor's Path. I don't know why it sounded like there was more to the title, but let's just call it Ace Attorney Investigations 2. So last time I'd gotten pretty far into the third episode, and against all logic, I'm going to try to wrap it up tonight. I'm not sure if I'll be able to, but you know what? We'll just have to wait and see. So let's get to it. Yep, there are only 4 segments left in this episode, so let's see how we do. December 25th, 10 a.m., Detention Center, Visitors Room.
Huh? What are you doing here, Kate?
Ah, Monsieur Shields and Monsieur Edgeworth, allow me to apologize once again for all the trouble I caused you yesterday.
Ms. Hall looks a bit tired. Has Von Karma finished interrogating you?
Yes, aside from what happened to the ice sculptures, I was not at fault for anything else.
Are you also here to meet with Master Jeff, Kate?
Yes, I am worried about how he is holding up.
Oh, hey, it's Detective Bad.
Detective Bad? Why are you here?
I just happened to be here. I'll be heading to the crime scene soon.
I don't think this is the place that people happen to be, though.
Hello?
Huh? Master Jeff, what happened to you?
Oh no, Monsieur Master, why do you look so poor?
I didn't get much sleep last night. The tribulation known as questioning was rather harsh. I'm just a little exhausted.
They didn't let you sleep? Even for an interrogation, that's going too far. Detective Bad?
The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also in charge of the interrogation. I don't like Von Karma's methods, but this was all I could do. He was the one who brought me here. It seems I was supposed to be interrogated for a little bit longer, though.
It seems that Detective Bad is looking out for Mr. Master in his own way. Wowzers. So, shall we inform Mr. Master about what happened yesterday, Raymond? Yes, sir. I got all my memos right here. Mr. Master, we would like to inform you about yesterday's investigation.
Yes, thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Master Jeff, it's almost like your spirit's gone.
My sugar levels are low, so I might not seem like my usual energetic self.
Monsieur Master,
Do we have anything that we can give his spirit and his glucose a boost? Okay. Do we have anything that can give his spirit and his glucose a boost?
Actually, we do, I think. Oh, those chocolates. Are you giving them to me?
those chocolates are...
If possible, I would like to give them to you immediately. But it's against the rules to give anything to the suspects in the detention center.
I see. Regrettably, if those are the rules, then there's nothing we can do about it.
Are you sure there's no way we can give them to him? Detective Bad, looks like he noticed what we're trying to ask of him.
Tisk. I'll inspect the chocolates, and if there are no problems, I'll think about it.
Detective Bad! Thank you very much. All right, I knew we could count on you, Detective Bad.
I am truly in your debt. Wait right here. Take it. Thank you very much. Not a word to anyone else. It would cause problems for me later. Yes, of course. I apologize for making you go through so much trouble. Now I shall partake in eating these delicious delights at once.
I'm sorry for asking you to do something so dangerous, Detective Bad.
I only did what I wanted to do.
Why can't you just be honest here, Detective?
Oh, how sweet! It's like I've come back to life. Oh, did Kate make these chocolates?
Yes, sir, I did. How did it taste?
Melts in your mouth, not in your hand. Sweet chocolates melting in my mouth. So sweet, so divine. Thank you for the tasty treat. Oh, they're a bit misshapen, but so sweet and delicious. Thank you.
I am so glad that you enjoyed it.
And above all, it helped you regain your spirit.
Thank you for your concern. The food they serve here has been absolutely tasteless. And combined with the lack of sleep, I was thoroughly exhausted.
Is the food here that bad?
Just salt beef and stew. Your average prison fare. That is odd. I really could not taste anything.
Huh?
Whatever. I'm about to head out to the crime scene.
Please wait, Detective Bad. Can you give us any new information?
Yeah, I think I can. We've identified the victim. Just as you said, Isaac Dover was a sculptor who worked in France. It seems he went by the name Pierre Hoquet. Isaac Dover was Pierre Hoquet? How could that be?
Monsieur Pierre Hoquet.
So, Pierre Hoquet wasn't actually French, huh? Which is likely why he never showed himself in public while he worked under that name.
The Zodiac sculptures. They were his masterpieces, it seems. Although they will remain forever unfinished.
Unfinished? Even though they were his masterpieces?
It seems he worked on them by season. Once he finished the remaining winter constellations, his work would be done.
Huh? The winter constellations are Taurus and Gemini, right? So those ice sculptures were his final pieces. It is heartbreaking that they melted.
I cannot apologize enough.
Ah, no! I wasn't blaming you or anything.
Also, Dover was infamous for being greedy. He would charge hundreds of thousands just to make a single sculpture. It seemed like he always had money troubles. The murder might be related to that, but it's still under investigation.
So he had money problems even though he was a famous artist? Do you know why he entered a dessert contest?
Not yet. He kept it a secret, even from his family.
I see.
It's time. I'm bringing in the replacement guard. I can't hang around here any longer than I have.
Yes, I understand. Let's meet again later.
That detective is a kind soul.
Indeed. He never strays from his own beliefs. He truly has a strong will. But he's pretty scary when you first meet him.
I see. Could you tell me everything that happened yesterday?
Of course. Allow me to give you a report of our investigation. Wowzers.
So, this is what happened? I am sorry for the trouble Kate has caused you.
I am truly very sorry.
You have no need to worry so long as you have told the truth, Miss Hall. Mr. Master, would you mind if I ask you a few questions as well?
Yes, I shall divulge all that I know.
Please tell us about the other 3 contestants in the final round of your contest.
Let's see. Ms. Delicious's desserts had a fantastic design. However, she broke the rules, so I could not recognize her as the winner. Up until the semifinals, Mr. Gustavia's flavors and designs were to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and the appearance of his finals entry left much to be desired. His finals entry. And there was something strange about his dessert in the semifinals.
Something strange?
Both Mr. Gustavia's and Mr. Dover's desserts had the same exact taste. They had different designs, but in terms of taste, it was like eating the same thing.
Huh? What do they look like?
There should be a picture of them at my mansion.
Please allow me to show you later.
Certainly. Thank you very much.
And then there was Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures. Oh, they were absolutely heavenly.
Did you have a chance to taste his creations? If I recall correctly, his body was discovered in the middle of judging.
Yes, but I was not informed of this until after the judging had finished. And since he was not present in the room, I helped myself to a piece of his edible lyre. It was fantastically delicious. I was so moved, I broke into song.
Wait a moment, please. Did you say the lyre was delicious? Could you please give us a little more detail about that? You ate the lyre from the sculpture in Mr. Dover's room, correct?
Yes, the one that was in the same glass case as the Gemini sculpture.
Please, have a look at this picture, Mr. Master. Did you eat from this lyre that's missing the strings?
Yes, that lyre originally had strings. However, I ate them all, resulting in what you see here in this picture.
So the strings on the lyre were missing because he ate them. Actually, Delicious ate part of the same lyre that you did. However, she said it was so salty that she couldn't not eat it.
You don't say. That means there might be a problem with my sense of taste after all.
A problem with your sense of taste? How so?
There is a taste disorder called hypogeusia, in which you lose the ability to taste salt. Perhaps I have contracted this illness. I just never realized it since I eat nothing but sweets. However, I now know with certainty.
So that's why he couldn't tell what the food they served here tastes like.
No. For a pastry chef to lose their sense of taste is fatal.
Even if there is a treatment for taste impairment, there isn't a cure for it yet. But it's probably best that you let the police know so that you can receive a medical examination.
No, that won't be necessary. There's a recipe in my mansion specifically for making the cure.
A recipe for a drug that will cure your taste impairment?
Yes, please look for it later when you return to the mansion.
Monsieur Master, but that means revealing the...
Kate, we should no longer conceal it from Mr. Gregory.
Yes, sir. I understand. If that is what you wish.
A recipe for a special drug? Just what are they hiding?
Well then, I must be returning to the mansion now, so I will take my leave.
Yes, we will be heading there later as well.
Kate,
What is it, Monsieur Master?
you should not live for my sake.
Huh?
You should reconsider your lifestyle, so that you can live by yourself, even if I were no longer around.
But please do not say things like that. I simply cannot leave without you, Monsieur Master. I promise to wait for you until you return. Excuse me. Excusez-moi.
Kate!
Catherine.
Master Jeff, Kate was crying. Why did you say something so cruel?
I am worried about her. Catherine always puts me before herself.
What do you mean?
She collects Pierre Hoquet's works and makes sweets. All to make me happy, nothing more. That is the only reason she does anything.
Huh?
She always puts aside her own preferences and things that she wants to do herself. I want Catherine to choose to live her own life. I do not want her to waste her valuable life because of me.
Is that so? He thinks of Miss Hall as his own daughter, and he would want his children to choose their own path in life. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. And a parent would do anything to protect their own children. That feeling. I also know it well. Well, that should do it for the questions. We must return to the scene of the crime.
Ah, it is already time to leave, I see. So will my tribulations of questioning resume?
We should take measures against their interrogations from our side as well.
Can you ask the police about that?
I can, but I have other ways in mind as well. When the time comes.
Ho ho, you are a dependable man. I shall be counting on you.
Master Jeff, we'll come here every day with reports of our progress. And we'll bring Kate, too.
Yes, thank you very much. I shall be looking forward to it.
Mr. Master, know that the police will be attempting to get you to confess. I am sorry to ask an innocent soul like yourself to bear with these painful experiences. But please, hold on for now. If you confess, I am positive that Von Karma will use that to his advantage. And that will make helping you all that much more difficult.
I understand. I shall do my best.
If you believe in me until the bitter end, I will definitely get you out of here.
Well, considering the future, I don't think that's the case. December 25th, 11:03 a.m. Contest venue, fountain patio. I like that saxophone there.
Detective Bad, thank you for helping us earlier.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for what?
There's no need to be shy about it.
Tisk. Enough about that. I suppose you intend to investigate today, too?
Of course! We still need more information to prove Mr. Master's innocence.
I'm sorry, but apart from this patio, you're not allowed to investigate anywhere else.
What? So you're saying we can't investigate?
I'm guessing this is Von Karma's doing.
Yeah. Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report. Moreover, the only ones in this mansion are Ms. Hall and the police. So don't get your hopes up on speaking with the people connected to this case.
Von Karma's being completely unreasonable. He's gone too far.
Detective Bad, what do you intend to do?
I promised I'll do anything I can to assist you.
You have my thanks.
We won't let any of Von Karma's dirty tricks get the best of us.
Detective Bad, is it all right if we investigate the fountain patio?
Yes, we've already finished checking everything, except for the fountain.
That's fine. As long as there is still something, I shall continue investigating. It seems these musical instruments were used in Piece of Cake. Of course, these probably aren't made of candy. Detective Bad looks somewhat disappointed. Okay, that's great. Oh, hey, a Santa. Oh, okay, so it's just the same thing. Detective Bad looks disappointed. It's a figure of Santa Claus. I suppose it's also made of candy.
Behind that door is Master's room. This Santa is probably another one of his works.
Santa, huh? I wonder what I should get my son for Christmas this year. I think he said he wanted an attorney's badge. I wonder if I could ask Mr. Master to make him one out of candy. What an amazing trophy!
It's probably Master's. World's greatest pastry chef, huh?
It's also made of candy. It doesn't seem like it would last long.
Honor and glory don't last long. I think that's the lesson here.
I don't think it's quite as deep as that.
Huh. Elevator.
Where does this elevator go?
To the second floor. Master and Hall's quarters. Apparently on their days off, Master makes candy and holds tea parties upstairs. But if it's a nice day, they probably have it in the gardens or something.
That sounds nice. I'd like an invite when the case is over. Would you like to come too, Detective Bad?
You're wasting your breath. I don't fraternize. You're wasting your breath. I don't fraternize with attorneys.
Many of the trophies Masters received are placed here. Besides dessert contests, there are also awards for his charity work. An evident display of both his skill and character. This trophy is to recognize the TV program Piece of Cake for giving children hopes and dreams. Hopes and dreams. Now I want to see it too. This leads to Delicia's room. The snowman here is rather eye-catching. It's made from powdered sugar.
Oh, powdered sugar, huh?
He's staring at it quite intently. I hope he's not thinking of sneaking a taste. It's a Christmas tree made out of table sugar.
Thanks to these decorations, this place is on red alert. Even a single ant made it inside. Would be terrible.
Indeed, if ants got in here, it would be disastrous. Miss Hall, I've come to investigate today.
Monsieur Edgeworth, I apologize for my disgraceful behavior earlier.
Kate, she still looks a bit down. What Master said earlier must have been a real shock to her.
I prepared the photo I took of the desserts during the semi-finals. Please, take a look.
Wow, Delicious Cake is so cute.
Monsieur Master also praised the design of Delicia's work very highly. Messieurs Gustavia and Dover's works gained high praise for both taste and design, but Monsieur Master said it felt like he was eating the same exact thing twice. But it seems that their desserts had completely different tastes for the finals.
Was there anything else that was different between the finals and the semifinals?
It's nothing major, but there was something. During the contest, Monsieur Gustavia's son always came to see him, but there was no sign of him at the finals.
His son came to visit? I wonder if there is any significance behind that. Would you mind leaving this photo with me?
Certainly. Anything to aid in the investigation. And here's the recipe book that contains a special drug for curing taste disorders.
That cover looks familiar.
Wasn't this framed in Master's room?
Since it's also the prize for the contest, we put it out on display.
So the contest prize, Angel's recipe? Was it just a recipe for desserts?
That's right. We've informed the participants, but it seems you all don't know yet.
So, the participants knew about the true contents of the Angel's recipe. Angel's recipe book added to the court record. Miss Hall, please tell me all you know about the Angel's recipe. So the Angel's recipe contains the formula for the drug.
Yes, it's a recipe book for new drugs that haven't been released to the public yet. If sold to a pharmaceutical company, I'm sure it would fetch a substantial price.
Why is something like that a prize in the contest?
Monsieur Master is the only heir to the chairman of the Master Group.
Master Group? That name sounds familiar.
They're a pharmaceutical company who deal in a wide range of products.
Ah! They became big news recently with the release of Cold Killer X. I often use the Cold Killer products. But I've never once seen you with a cold. I would like to hear more about the Master Group.
And the plot thickens.
Did Mr. Master not want to follow in his parents' footsteps?
Monsieur Master wanted to bring joy to people with his desserts. His parents also wanted him to become a great pastry chef and supported him. When his parents died, the recipe book was left to him as his inheritance.
Why would he give away a memento of his parents as a prize in the contest?
There were always people who were after it, something which troubled Monsieur Master. But just giving away the memento would have been disrespectful to his parents. So he decided to pass it over to someone he acknowledged.
And the members of the Master Group approved of that? Information about new drugs being passed on to outsiders?
Of course they objected. Well, that's why Delicia participated in the contest. On the order of the Master Group, she was requested to win the championship.
You knew Delicia's true identity from the start?
Yes. In order for her to win, I told her Monsieur Master's tastes and preferences.
Why did you help her?
I helped her in order to protect Monsieur Master and the Master Group. If the drug recipes were given to another company, he would be reprimanded by the board. I wanted to return the recipes to the company in a way that Monsieur Master would accept.
So it was due to Miss Hall's help that Delicia was able to reach the finals. Speaking of which, Mr. Dover wasn't pastry chef either. He sure did well to make it to the finals considering he's just a sculptor.
Yes, for him to be able to make such fine desserts despite being a sculptor.
From the sherbet sculptures he made from the finals, it's clear that he has great talent, but could he really have made that by himself?
That is all I know. Is there anything else I can do to help?
To save Mr. Master, she's trying to help as much as she can. May we perhaps have some more of that tea from yesterday, please, Miss Hall? I'm sure that would help us get on with the investigation. Yeah, I'd like some of Kate's tea, too.
Right. Understood. I'll be back in a minute.
Kate looks a bit better now. The owner of the works and each room are written on this notice board. From the left, Mr. Master, Mr. Gustavia, Ms. Delicia, and Mr. Dover. Incidentally, it would seem that the board is also made of candy. Do they plan to eat all this stuff when the contest is over? These angel statues look like they're eating chocolate fondue.
It would seem these angel statues are also Pierre Hoquet's works. As expected, they're very well made. Looks just like the real thing.
So you've seen a real angel before, Detective Bad?
Defense attorneys are always the first to find fault with everything.
Perhaps that was wrong of me. This leads to Gustavia's room. There's a reindeer by the door. According to the nameplate, it's made entirely of candy.
Such splendid antlers. Very manly.
But a male reindeer's antlers fall off during the winter. So this must be a female.
You lawyers, always giving out useless information.
What does that have to do with being a lawyer?
Let's see.
A harp and some maracas are lined up here. They're so exquisitely crafted, I can't tell from looking if they're sweets or the real thing. I'd like to touch them, but that would go against the rule of preserving the crime scene.
Keep your hands off of them. I already checked. They're real instruments.
But if you can't tell by looking, how did you know they were real without touching them?
Indeed, I didn't touch them. Not with my hands, that is.
Surely not. No, I'm overthinking it. It seems these musical instruments were... Oh, okay.
Well, let's go talk to the cops then.
What are you investigating exactly?
Sir, I'm testing the water in the fountain for foreign matter, sir. Have you found anything? It seems there's both chocolate and sherbet mixed in with the fountain water. It matches the chocolate from Jeff Masters' room and the sherbet that melted in Isaac Dover's room. They all share the same composition. The fountain water circulates through the streams that flow from each of the 4 rooms. Perhaps the melted sherbet flowed into the fountain. Also, someone's blood was detected as well. What are you saying? How could there have been blood in the fountain?
Detective Bad, please think back to our investigation of the crime scene. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The bloodstain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared.
I definitely didn't get any reports of the bloodstain being cleaned up.
The blood disappeared from the crime scene. Also, part of the treasure chest was missing too. Perhaps the blood in the fountain belongs to this person.
Take that. The victim. Let's run a comparison with the blood on the murder weapon. It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's.
I wonder why the criminal spilled the victim's blood into the fountain. Victim's blood added to the court report.
Investigation complete.
We've gathered information about all the contestants, and yet we still haven't heard Gustavia's side of the story. That reminds me. Why did you enter Mr. Dover's room, Mr. Gustavia?
Well, that was because... Objection! Silence, ignoramus! You are not to give that attorney the tiniest hint of information.
What exactly was he doing in Mr. Dover's room? And moreover, something is odd about his semi-final entry. A pastry chef bad at design and a sculptor skilled only at designing? It would have been extremely difficult for either of them to win the contest alone. Could it be that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's connection is... Detective Bad, we have reason to suspect the actions of Dame Gustavia.
Yeah?
It is imperative that we find a way to contact him at once.
Oh, this conversation is most interesting. Oh, whoops, wrong voice. Oh, this conversation is most interesting. However, I cannot allow you to speak with Mr. Gustavia.
Von Karma!
I have already conducted my interrogation of him. It is not necessary for him to speak any further, especially to a mere defense attorney. Tisk, tisk, tisk. But I will answer your questions in that fool's place.
It seems Von Karma intends to prevent me from meeting Gustavia in person. I understand. In that case, I have but one thing to ask you.
Yes?
I would like to know the relationship between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover.
Their connection. Gustavia and Dover's relationship? It's obvious the only relationships they had was that they happened to participate in the same contest.
That's it?
There is nothing more to say.
What? How are we supposed to understand anything from so little? If we want Von Karma to divulge the truth, we have no choice but to present evidence. It's all too obvious that he's hiding something.
Well, I do have evidence. There we go. That was obvious.
Prosecutor Von Karma, I'd like you to look at these desserts. The desserts were made for the contest semifinals. Don't you think that these two have a particularly impressive design?
Just what are you getting at?
These two desserts were made by Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover. I wouldn't exactly call Mr. Gustavia's design skills praiseworthy, and yet for the semifinals he was able to produce something comparable to Mr. Dover's. Furthermore, these two desserts have the same exact flavor.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying it's possible they collaborated with each other on their entries. Prosecutor Von Karma, please take a closer look at their desserts. At first glance, they may look completely different. But even though the designs are different, it's clear they were made from the same materials.
Is that so?
The same flavor and composition? It's impossible to dismiss their similarity as coincidence. The very existence of these two desserts points to a link between Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover.
Since you already know this much, I'll tell you the truth.
Did Von Karma know about their collaboration?
However, what I am about to say is not going to help your case at all. Their real connection. If you want to know more about Gustavia and Dover's connection so badly, I'll tell you. Last night when I interrogated Gustavia, he told me about his connection with Dover.
Until the day before the finals, they worked on their desserts together.
You knew about their cooperation all this time, didn't you? Why would you conceal the truth?
I would appreciate it if you didn't sully my reputation. Until I explain my points in court, I avoid giving away unnecessary details. I was merely saving you time.
How can he act like this and keep the truth from us? His concealment of the truth is something I simply can't ignore.
Okay, well, obviously I've already said that.
Last night, that was after Mr. Delver's sculptures had melted, right?
Yes. Afterwards, I went to interrogate Gustavia personally. I interrogated by my karma? Ugh, sounds scary.
Knowing Mr. Gustavia, I feel like he probably tried to meditate through the interrogation.
The moment he closed his eyes, I snapped my fingers, like so, to show him that no one remains silent in front of me.
And did that have any effect?
Because of that, I was able to get a perfect confession out about his connection to with Dover.
Why do you think Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover collaborated?
Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense, and Dover was a novice at baking. Without the help of each other, they would have never made it through a single round.
If so, what was their mutual goal? Why cooperate until the finals?
The finals will be fought on our own merits, Gustavia said, and he entered their collaboration. Gustavia's goal was to obtain the title of world's greatest pastry chef. It seems his pride as a pastry chef won out in the end. Victory in the finals would have certainly have been hollow had he cheated.
So I believe that their cooperation only went as far as the semifinals. But what if it really continued through the finals? Prosecutor Von Karma, could you explain the cooperation in a little more detail?
Very well. Why? Because Gustavia had poor design sense and Dover was a novice at baking. The cooperation lasted only through the semifinals.
Concerning your statement about Mr. Gustavia's designs, I have no objections to that.
I have no objections either. He's got no sense of style. Then I saw him attempting to fashion my likeness with candy. Just think about it, it disgusts me. I actually like this candy crafting, though. A novice pastry chef and one with no sense of design. It's only natural such pathetic specimens would associate with each other.
They cooperated the day before, but not the day itself. That seems highly unnatural, don't you think?
What I am saying is only the truth. How unnatural it is matters not.
But weren't you unnaturally concealing that very same truth just a minute ago?
Like that smug look on his face.
There must have been a reason he hid this fact from us. Mr. Master said Mr. Dover was the favorite to win at the finals.
Which means he must have still been cooperating with Mr. Gustavia at the time, right?
Yes, that is what I believe. I must have evidence that proves that they still cooperated during the finals.
Okay, so what is the... Wait, really? That's the answer? That was a shot in the dark.
You say that Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover did not collaborate during the finals? That's strange. Delicia testified that Dover's sherbet was the most delicious. Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done that all by himself. Being a novice chef, I doubt he could have done all that by himself. Perhaps the two of them cooperated during the finals as well.
Defense attorney, how many times do I have to tell you? Delicia Scone's subjective opinion cannot be admitted as evidence. There is still a chance that a novice chef could make something tasty. My wife is an amateur, yet her cooking rivals that of world-class chefs.
How is that not a subjective opinion?
Moreover, even if you take this pharmacist's testimony to be true, it changes nothing. She also mentions that a part of his sherbet was very salty, which means you can hardly call his entry for the finals perfect. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What? No more objections?
Is there no way I can prove their collaboration?
Mr. Edgeworth? There's something that's been bugging me.
What is it?
The desserts Mr. Dover made for the finals would have taken a long time to make, right?
Indeed. They were frozen sculptures, after all.
How would he have the time to sculpt it after it was frozen? Let alone help Mr. Gustavia with his design as well. The way I see it, just waiting for the sherbet to freeze would have used up all his time. Just how was he able to make those sherbet sculptures?
Raymond, you may have a promising future after all. Thanks to you, I have noticed one more possibility. That's right! Mr. Dover's sherbet needed time to freeze properly, and the contest time limit would not have been enough. The method Mr. Dover used to make his sherbet within the time limit was...
It was prepared in advance.
If the sherbet was prepared in advance, all he'd need to do was sculpt it.
You! Just what are you mumbling about?
Please excuse me. I finally realized. Your earlier view was correct.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing? Oh, so you're finally admitting defeat?
No. All I'm admitting to is that one... No. All I'm admitting to is the truth in one of your No. All I'm admitting to is the truth of one of your statements. Dover and Gustavia's collaboration lasted only until the day before the finals. It is exactly as you said. They only cooperated until the day before the finals. The sculptures in Mr. Dover's room were all made out of sherbet. Such an amount would most likely need to be left overnight to freeze, which means Mr. Gustavia prepared Mr. Dover's sherbet in advance the day before.
That's right. So you realize Gustavia's cooperation ended the day before the finals.
Then, why did Mr. Dover not help Mr. Gustavia in return?
The views of the dead are of no concern to me.
If you aren't going to answer that, I'll need to get in touch with Mr. Gustavia himself. Or was your interrogation not quite as thorough as you claim?
You ingrate! You dare mock me?
That was not my intention, but I do have a problem with your attitude. I want you to give us a clear reason why we can't speak to Mr. Gustavia in person.
A clear reason? Gustavia and Dover's collaboration has no bearing on this case.
You claim their collaboration is irrelevant? If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, it could serve as a motive for murder.
You're saying that Gustavia and Dover's collaboration was linked to the motive for the murder? If that was the case, why did he not conceal it? After all, we found out about this collaboration from Gustavia himself. If you really are a lawyer, show us evidence that gives us reason to suspect Gustavia.
Only one of Mr. Gustavia's actions has been suspicious so far. Doubtless Von Karma already knows of this fact. This could be a trap by Von Karma.
What's wrong, defense attorney? Not going to answer?
But I mustn't back down now. Mr. Gustavius sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. His reasons for this are currently unclear. But the very fact he secretly entered the victim's room is reason enough to suspect him.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. If that's the extent of it, I can dispel those doubts.
I knew it. Was it a trap after all?
I was intending to save this for the courtroom, but I'll make a special exception. We wouldn't want to prolong the trial with unnecessary information, would we? Take a look at this.
Oh, their kids were found.
This
is a photo of Gustavia and Dover, and their sons.
family photo added to the court record.
Gustavia entered Dover's room in order to steal this photo.
To steal the photo?
It seems their sons attended the same elementary school. Apparently, he thought that he'd be suspected if people found out he and Dover were acquainted. Yes, just like you're doing now. Nyah. There is nothing suspicious about Gustavia's actions. No further room for argument. No!
He's still adamant on not letting us meet with Mr. Gustavia.
I have an investigation to return to. I have no more time to waste on the likes of you. Curse that Von Karma, calling us a waste of time. What should we do, Mr. Edgeworth? At this rate, Master Jeff will be...
Von Karma is busy? Of course. Why would he be so busy? But the body and the murder weapon have been found. And he already has his suspect. The police should have more than enough evidence to prove Mr. Master's guilt. If that's the case, then why is Von Karma still investigating the crime scene?
Mr. Edgeworth? Is there something wrong?
It seems I have been overlooking a matter of vital importance. Considering that he already has the evidence he needs to convict Mr. Master, I feel that Von Karma isn't as composed as he should be. He didn't even tell Detective Bad the full results of the investigation.
Yeah, Von Karma's a bit on edge at the moment. He still hasn't received the autopsy report.
Furthermore, something vanished from the crime scene, and we still don't know why. Detective Bad, please... No, I'm not going to read this again. But the strangest thing we found wasn't in Mr. Master's room at all.
It's a match. The blood in the fountain is Dover's.
Okay, well, we can...
Mr. Dover's blood vanished from Mr. Master's room, and somehow found its way into the fountain. What does this mean?
Okay, well, this is obvious. Connect. Obviously, the blood stain was thrown into the stream and thus ended up in the fountain.
Although the victim's blood wasn't found in Mr. Master's room, it was detected in the water fountain. There would be no need for the killer to conceal the bloodstains after the body was found. It's unnatural that only the bloodstains that were found with the body disappeared. Unless the body was moved, the blood would have still remained on the chocolate. Don't tell me. Someone removed the body and then erased the bloodstains?
Well, I mean, there's only two answers here.
It's possible that the body was removed from the crime scene. And the autopsy report still has not arrived. Although we have a murder weapon and a suspect, we don't know much about the body. I've been investigating under the assumption that the body had been discovered. Perhaps this assumption was wrong from the very beginning.
Why didn't Von Karma give Detective Bad the autopsy report? To understand that, yes, I must turn my logic around. My thinking shouldn't be, why is Von Karma hiding... My thinking shouldn't be, why is Von Karma hiding information about the body, but rather, what if Von Karma doesn't even have the information to begin with? What happens if I think of it like that? It's possible that the body was removed by the police for autopsy. It was moved and hidden by the real killer.
Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth?
I've heard many dark rumors surrounding Von Karma. He's a prosecutor who forges evidence, fabricates testimonies, and makes backroom deals.
Yeah, I've heard that too. But what does that have to do with this?
I try to avoid judging others based on rumors, and I didn't let those rumors influence my opinion on Von Karma until today. It seems he is a man who would distort the truth.
Distort the truth? You don't mean forgery?
I do. And I can't allow him to get away with this.
I must return to the prosecutor's office for now. Not a word to that attorney.
Roger! Hold it.
Hold it!
What do you want, defense attorney?
I want to know the truth that you've been hiding.
Fool, are you trying to mislead the police's investigation again? If you interfere with this investigation anymore, I'll be forced to reprimand you myself.
Police? No. My objection is with you.
What?
Isn't it a prosecutor's job to ensure justice for criminals?
What are you saying? I have no time to debate the job of a prosecutor with you. However, I will tell you one thing. My job is to ensure all those I prosecute are found guilty. Before the perfect proof, there can be no room for doubt.
And to find that perfect proof, you would even stoop to forgery?
Ha! I was wondering what you are going on about. You intend to accuse me of forgery, don't you?
Yes. And it's for that reason you did not allow Detective Bad to investigate.
What do you mean?
The real reason Detective Bad wasn't investigating was not so he could keep an eye on us. It was to hide the fact that you never found the body!
What? They never found the body? You cretins! You will cease with these ludicrous accusations! I will not tolerate any further insults!
In that case, let us verify the body. If you do, we will have evidence that shows whether I am right or not.
Tisk, tisk, tisk! The burden of proof falls on you, defense attorney! I have no reason to comply with your business... I have no reason to comply with your business conjecture!
You must have noticed it too, the lack of bloodstains at the crime scene. So why did the blood vanish? And more importantly, where did it go?
Foolishness! Why would anyone erase just the blood in the chest that contains the body?
Yes, that's exactly right. If the body had been found there, the disappearing bloodstains would have no meaning at all. However, what if the body was already gone? To erase the traces of the body being there, one would have to get rid of the bloodstains as well.
Why make such a fuss over those bloodstains? It seems like such a Why make such a fuss over those bloodstains? It seems like a trivial detail to me. Or are you saying that you can show me where those bloodstains went?
In court, everything must be said with evidence. Isn't that right, Von Karma? In that case, I'll show you the evidence supporting my claim. Which piece of evidence shows where the blood in Mr. Masser's room went?
Well, that would obviously be the fountain, Dodoy.
Take that!
There were traces of the victim's blood found in the fountain. Traces of Mr. Masser's chocolate were also found in this very fountain. In other words, the blood was washed down the stream, which then flowed into the fountain. All of this points to one possibility. After the body was removed, someone erased the bloodstains.
Ugh.
Von Karma, where was the body really found? you really found the body, you should be able to answer.
You? How do you know this information? How do you know the results of the water composition test on the fountain? Because I allowed them to investigate. Bad! Always a thorn in my side! From here on out, I will not allow you to associate any further with this case. It's not like you were letting me do much anyway.
Von Karma, you still haven't answered my question. Or are you admitting to the fact that you didn't find the body after all?
Tisk, tisk, tisk. You say I never found the body? Where's your evidence?
He's never going to confess.
I have nothing further to say to you, Gregory Edgeworth. This matter will be decided in court. We'll see just how well your logic holds up there.
Von Karma! I know your methods are wrong. I promise without fail I will expose the truth you've hidden.
But we didn't, did we? He won because he cheated.
Detective Bad, I'm sorry. It's because you let me investigate that.
No, this was bound to happen, sooner or later. This is also the first time I've been restricted in my investigation. Your theory that they never found the body sounds pretty close to the mark.
That I will make clear in court.
If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. Even though I'm no longer in charge of this case.
Then, though I'm very sorry about this, I have one more favor to ask of you.
Hey, what are you guys whispering about? I want to know too.
This will be my trump card in court. The information I've gathered up until now should be enough to prove Mr. Master's innocence. But, if all else fails, I'll have this ready.
Your trump card?
You'll see at the trial.
Wow, I get to be at the trial too?
Of course, you are my assistant after all.
I'll be an ace attorney too next year. Von Karma will never beat the two of us.
Right. Although I hope to clear Mr. Master's name before you become a lawyer. If Von Karma is to be my opponent, I want the trial ended in a day.
That's right. We have to save That's right. We have to save Master Jeff as fast as we can. After all, this is you we're talking about. I'm sure you'll beat Von Karma.
Jeff Master, alone in a dark cell, arrested on false charges. I must expose Von Karma's lies if I'm to save him.
But we didn't. To be continued. Save data, and yes. Okay, let us continue. Here we go. Back to the present. April 2nd, 2:10 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio.
And that's all Uncle Ray knows about the IS-7 incident.
So, that's what happened in my father's last case. The truth of the IS-7 incident.
What happened at the trial?
In the end, Von Karma defeated us.
Eh? So you couldn't prove Mr. Master's innocence?
We had gathered plenty of evidence to prove it. But Von Karma was even more despicable than we thought.
He was a prosecutor who would do anything for his guilty verdict.
That's right, and he really did use any means necessary. Because of this, the trial dragged on for about a year, until it finally reached a conclusion. I'll never forget that fateful day when the judgment was passed down, the 28th of December. It's April now. It's been a little over 17 years. How time flies.
The 28th of December, 17 years ago. I was watching from the gallery that day.
Before the trial, your old man noticed that Mr. Master was acting strangely. He was at the breaking point, both mentally and physically. He wanted to be found guilty. No.
No. Mr. Master didn't fake a confession, did he?
Yeah, that was what Von Karma was aiming for from the start. When your old man tried to expose the fact that the body had not been found, Von Karma used the power of his police cronies to quash that argument.
He even went as far as to prepare a fake autopsy report. Then they made Mr. Master give a false testimony and confess to being an accomplice. With Mr. Master's confession, the situation quickly became dire. But your old man had a trump card up his sleeve.
Was that the trump card he was talking to Detective Bad about?
Yeah, that trump card was to be our insurance in case Mr. Master confessed. He'd asked Detective Bad to have Mr. Master's interrogation recorded. Detective Bad wanted to know the truth too, huh?
Detective Bad wanted to know the truth too, huh?
After he was dropped from the investigation, he never stopped caring about the case. Even when he was involved with other large cases, he really was the definition of a true detective.
That just looks so fucking weird.
The defense presented the recording, which proved that the confession was forced. Well, it seems the detective in charge of the initial investigation and interrogation, Rip Lacer, took all of the blame and was charged and dismissed. Still, at the trial, your old man exposed Von Karma's corruption, and Von Karma received his first penalty from the then chief prosecutor.
The only penalty. The only penalty in his 40 years of prosecution.
However, Mr. Master didn't want the trial to continue any longer, and the curtains closed on the trial that day with the verdict of guilty.
My memory of that time is fuzzy, but I was also there watching my father's final trial, and I think his final regret became my own.
Your old man wanted a retrial to prove Master's innocence, but he passed on before he could fulfill his wish. After getting entangled in another case. It breaks my heart even now that I didn't return home with him that day. And what's more, to blind myself from my own worthlessness. Uncle Ray put all of his hatred on you as a traitor for being Von Karma's pupil. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It's natural you would hate me. After I became a prosecutor, I was able to get Von Karma to show me the case file. Mr. Master was found guilty for the murder of Isaac Dover.
Eh? That's not right. Wasn't Mr. Master found guilty of being an accomplice?
But this case file says guilty of murder. There shouldn't be anything unresolved in the cases handled by Manfred Von Karma.
Wait, can I take a look at that file? It looks like the charges have been rewritten.
What?
Look at this.
The charges: accomplice to murder?
This is a copy of the original case file I received from the courts.
Why would the charge be altered?
This file was given to you by Von Karma, right? Maybe he just didn't want you to know the truth, since you're Gregory's son. He would have wanted to avoid another retrial before the statute of limitations ran out, after all.
So what I had come to believe back then had all been a lie.
If you didn't know about it, just make sure you know it from now on. Statute of limitations is long expired, but the truth still sleeps right here. After your old man passed away, Uncle Ray took over as Mr. Master's defense attorney, although Von Karma also has had another prosecutor take over the case. Perhaps he thought that since his opponent was a rookie, he didn't even need to turn up. In the end, the real killer was never found, and Mr. Master was found guilty.
No! Is there nothing we can do even now?
Since the killer was never found, he can't withdraw his confession. I found out after the trial that Mr. Master made a deal with Von Karma because Von Karma had threatened him. If you don't confess, Catherine Hall will be held under the same charges.
That's terrible!
I don't think Mr. Master really thought that Kate was the killer, but to protect her, he faked a confession. Miles, on the day that Nat Liboa was killed, why do you think Uncle Ray was at the prison?
Huh, I see.
You went to see Mr. Master, didn't you?
I said I'd visit him every day. I couldn't keep that promise, but I asked Katie Pie to look in on him for me when I couldn't. Through rain or snow, she went every single day without fail. But nothing has changed, and Mr. Master still serves as punishment.
That's so sad. Isn't there anything we can do?
It's like, fuck if I know. That's why I came here. Because I knew those eye sculptures would be on display here today. So, what are you going to do, Miles?
I am a prosecutor. My position is different from you and my father.
Miles.
But moving past my position, what I want as Miles Edgeworth is to know the truth of these two cases. It is for that reason that I am here.
You really are your father's son. Well then, if that's what you've decided, I'll support you all the way. I'd better leave the IS documents and evidence with you then. Alright, here are the documents. By the way, the parts in orange are Uncle Ray's old notes.
IS-7 incident file updated in my organizer. Thank you.
And now, here's the IS-7 evidence. There's a lot, so make sure to look it over while you investigate.
Received a lot of IS-7 evidence from Mr. Shields. Right. I'll check through it later.
Anyway, there are so many strange things about this case.
Indeed. Those involved in the case 18 years ago have reunited, and another incident occurs. Replicas of the statues from 18 years ago were displayed in the Winter Palace that day. Poison gas was released in the Autumn Palace, which had been disguised as the Winter Palace. The two chemicals in the Pisces case, normalium and fatalium, were mixed, causing an outbreak of poison gas. The victim of the poison gas was Dame Gustavia, a person involved in the IS-7 incident. Because he was unconscious, he received treatment in the Zodiac Art Gallery's infirmary. Finally, the dead body found floating in the fountain.
Wait, that's gonna be Dover's body. How did Dover's body stay for so...
And once again, the ice sculptures have melted. There are deep connections between the two cases. It's possible there are still some clues left from 18 years ago.
Right, let's get started.
Oh boy.
Just 1 second. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. Didn't I tell you that I'm the one in charge of this case?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you intend to continue disrupting Sebastian's investigation, the word guilty will be added to your PIC report.
What does she mean, guilty? Please allow me to assist in your investigation as before.
I appreciate your proposal, but I'm afraid I must overrule it. That was fast. Even though we're short on hands to identify the victim right now, it's only a matter of time until we figure it out.
In that case, I shall take that load off your shoulders at once. Regarding the identity of the unidentified body, one person comes to mind.
Really? Then tell us!
Very well. It's not just the sculptures that have made a comeback from the incident 18 years ago. The body in the fountain is, well, Dedoy, Isaac Dover. It's likely that the identity of the body is the victim of the murder that occurred here 18 years ago. Isaac Dover.
Eh? It's Icy's body?
Hey, who was that? Hey, who's that? I've never heard of him.
Mr. Isaac Dover, a truly great sculptor, but he was better known as Pierre Hoquet. The sculptures on display here in the museum are all his creations.
Ah, so in other words, that sculptor was the best. Somehow I feel a strong kinship to him.
And he was the victim in the IS-7 incident.
She knew about the IS-7 incident?
Prosecutor Edgeworth, the IS-7 incident occurred 18 years ago. And what's more, the police reported the removal of the body.
That's what's on the record, but I wonder if that really is the truth.
What are you saying?
The defense attorney in the IS-7 incident claimed that the body was never found. Not that the prosecution would ever admit to such a thing. Hello? Really?
Is something wrong, Sebastian?
No, it's just they said that they know who the victim is. It's just as that prosecutor says. It's Dover.
No, it can't be.
It would seem my father's suspicions were correct. What is it, Judge Courtney? Have you finally realized that I'm much more helpful than Mr. DeBest?
Hey, you! Are you trying to steal the best position for yourself?
I'm doing no such thing. I just want to know the truth. And for that to happen, we need to cooperate, no?
The truth is none of your concern.
I don't think that's true, Courtney Pie.
You again.
Uncle Ray assisted the defense attorney involved in the IS-7 incident, the one who claimed that Mr. Dover's body was never found. The prosecution denied it at the time, but now the body has been discovered here. In other words, the IS-7 investigation was unjust. And isn't it the duty of the PIC to investigate corrupt prosecutors? Then wouldn't you want to cooperate with those who were involved in the case? Unless you have an ulterior motive.
Now that I think about it, Judge Courtney knew about the IS-7 incident. So it would seem she really is here because of the PIC.
Even if you're related to the incident, I don't see how Prosecutor Edgeworth is.
Hold it! He is the son of the attorney in that case, and a prosecutor taught by Von Karma himself. And what's more, he was in the audience at the IS-7 trial. I'm sure there are many points he can enlighten us on.
Very well. I will allow you to cooperate. However, your investigation must not hinder the other investigators. The Winter Palace is currently being investigated, but the fountain patio is open to you.
That's my Courtney Pie. Now we're talking. As things, I will allow you to have a hug with Uncle Ray.
Overruled. If I feel your cooperation isn't needed, I will have to ask you to leave.
Understood.
Huh. Isn't that great, Miles? Now we can start investigating.
You really helped us there.
Uncle Ray did it all for himself. All right, Uncle Ray's going to investigate too, so let me know if you figure something out.
Got it. Right then. Okay, let's begin the investigation.
Okay, let's do this.
We still don't know where Mr. Dover's body and the Normalium were hidden.
We don't have enough information to go on.
You're right. Our first priority is the Normalium.
Well, Normalia is used in washing detergents, paints, and the like.
If I recall, it's a red liquid with a minty aroma.
Well then, let's get looking for that Normalium.
Begin investigation. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. It appears the body has already been recovered by the police.
Why was the body of the victim from 18 years ago found floating in the fountain? I mean, would the body have gone all goopy after 18 years?
I don't know if I would call it goopy. It certainly would have required a special method to preserve the body.
Yeah, I wonder if such a method even exists. Hey, Mr. Forensic Guy, any new information?
Yes! Normalium and Fatalium have been detected in the fountain water. They must have flowed through the stream from the Autumn Palace to the fountain. Aside from the chemicals, we also found high levels of sugar. We're working hard on investigating it.
Sugar in the fountain water? What could have caused that? On the service cart, Ms. Hull has prepared her tea set.
According to the pamphlet, the museum is also famous for its tea.
Yes, it certainly had a flavorful, rich taste.
It seems like this tea set was also made by Mr. Dover.
Oh? So the tea set was made by the victim? Let's take a closer look. So, this tea set was made by Isaac Dover.
Fancy stuff, huh?
Okay, I'd say this tea set is worth thousands of dollars. Please be careful with it.
Eh? This tea set is such a treasure?
Please don't look so excited. If I recall correctly, Ms. Hall was a huge fan of Mr. Dover. Teapot data jotted down in my organizer.
Hey, Edgy!
What is it?
Be careful with that teapot!
Why must I be warned by him of all people?
Madam and messieurs, would you care for some tea?
Ms. Hall?
Ah! Katie! No, I'm fine, thanks. Kay and Edgy, you guys can have some.
Well, since you asked, we might as well take a short break.
Certainly. Thanks for the tea.
Bow, bow.
Wow, it's so tasty. What kind of tea is this, Mr. Edward?
It's Ceylon tea, known for its citrus aroma. However, Miss Hall, is this the same tea you served us this morning?
Yes, that's right. Was it not to your liking?
No, it's not that. The tea we had this morning had a slightly different aroma. Bow, bow.
How strange. It is the same Ceylon tea I served this morning. There shouldn't be anything different about it.
What's wrong with you, Edgy? Quit nitpicking about the tea Katie so kindly prepared for you.
Larry, what are you getting so upset about?
I'm not upset. You're just being a rude jerk. And I told you to call me Laurice. Sheesh, I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
It's like arguing with a child.
Laurice, I wonder what's wrong.
I'd like to ask him that later myself. And I also need to speak with Ms. Hall. I don't have any evidence that shows she is the culprit, but I dare say she is the one who set up the poison gas trap. There's a container with Ceylon tea leaves here. To prevent exposure to sunlight and moisture, the container is airtight and made of tin. This should help preserve the quality of the tea leaves.
Okay, so let's see. What we got from the previous trial was the Angel's Recipe Book, the frame finger marks, the rock salt lamp, the Sons of the Two, and the teapot.
Look, there's a mark engraved on the bottom. It says PH.
That's because this teapot was created by the sculptor, Pierre Hoquet. As the creator, he would engrave his initials onto his works.
Ah, but wasn't his real name Isaac Dover?
Yes, apparently the victim of the IS-7 incident created this piece. Now I'm left to wonder, are all these works in the Zodiac Art Gallery his creations? There's not a single stain on this pure white tablecloth.
Take hold of the edge and focus your mind, and in one go, pull!
Okay, I hope you're not planning to do anything bad.
No, don't worry. Even if I fail, the tablecloth would just be dyed a nice black a la tea.
The tablecloth looks better white. Please refrain from changing it.
I wonder about that. It might look better in another color, like pink or blue, or tea. There's statues of a couple in Roman costume. Are these by Pierre Hoquet too?
I think these were made in the middle years of his life, at the height of his fame. He modeled them after the Roman gods at the request of his beloved wife. The piece is entitled Venus, the Goddess of Beauty, and her manservant.
I think it's obvious who wore the pants in their relationship. There's a vase of tulips in front of this door.
Probably because this is the Spring Palace.
You know, speaking of spring, it's the moving season. People who have just moved always let their guard down. So it's also thieving season.
As a great thief, don't you think burglary is a little beneath you?
You're right.
Oh, wait a second. What's that? The smell and this color. Don't tell me this is a puddle of tea.
Huh? There's a piece of pottery in the middle of the puddle.
Pottery shard data jotted down in my organizer.
I wonder what broke.
I think I recognize the design. I should probably show this to that man and see what he has to say.
Miles, how's the investigation going?
Well, little by little, I'm beginning to see the entire truth behind this case.
Oh, that's good to hear. Uncle Ray had better not fall behind either. This evidence holds the so-called key to the case, right?
It's possible.
Yep, then hold on to it closely. Hurry, hurry, put it away.
He doesn't think much about this. Okay, well, I know exactly who I need to talk to, then. Where is that man? Oh, there he is. Larry, tell me what you're hiding.
You two, stop glaring at each other like that.
I'm not glaring, Kay. I'm using my artist perspective. Edgy's the one who's glaring.
Then if you know what's good for you, you will tell me what you're hiding right now.
No way, dude. Didn't I tell you that I'm not talking to you anymore?
Aren't you talking to me right now?
From now on, I'm definitely not talking to you anymore.
I'm not going to get anywhere like this. Looks like I'll have to force it out of him. Ah, there it is. His theme music. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Whenever something smells, it's always the butts. Larry, take a look at this.
What's that?
Larry, I've got a feeling that what you're hiding is related to the tea in this pottery shard. Well, if you're not going to talk to me, I can always hand this shard over to Judge Courtney.
Wait, I'm trying to keep a clean image for Justy. I don't want her to see how I've dirtied myself.
I can't imagine what part of you can be considered clean, but if you don't want her to declare you guilty, I suggest you speak truthfully now.
I got it. I'll tell you.
Larry, it's time you confess to what you've done.
How can you be so cruel to your best friend?
The same way you can be so dishonest to your best friend.
Well, you can stop glaring at me. I promise to tell the truth this time for sure. I just thought I'd pour Justy some tea, but my hand kind of slipped a bit and it broke. I accidentally broke the crazy expensive teapot.
The butt strikes again. Why am I not surprised?
Oh boy, you've really done it this time, Laurice.
What should I do, Edgy? Katie will hate me.
Crying to me about it won't solve anything. First, you should apologize to Ms. Hull.
Is that so? My teapot was...
Katie, I'm so sorry. I don't have any money, but I'll draw as many portraits of you as you like.
Please kindly raise your head, monsieur. It is I who should apologize. I didn't notice the broken shards. It's dangerous, so I'll tidy up the broken pieces. Allow me to take this piece from you as well.
Wasn't this tea set one of Isaac Dover's works? I heard that it was very important to you.
Yes, but there's no use crying over spilled tea. Besides, I still have another one of those teapots left.
Is she not as attached to Dover's works as she used to be?
Katie, you're so kind! Oh, that other teapot you were talking about, is it the one on that cart?
Yes, yes.
Truth is, when I was trying to hide the broken shards, I looked under that cart, and I found a teapot that looked exactly the same, so I switched them.
Really?
Yeah, everything's cool now. I took great care to make sure no one would break that pot.
You don't brag about that when you were the one who broke it in the first place.
I'm sorry.
I don't mind. Thank you for your consideration.
Gee, Katie is a really nice lady, isn't she?
You should reflect on how you cause trouble for people like her.
Okay, when I make it big as an artist, I'll donate paintings. In fact, I'll even welcome you as my own personal model.
I think it'd be better if you just stopped causing trouble. I hope you haven't done anything else.
I haven't! I just stood around sketching beauties.
Sketching beauties.
If you're interested, I can let you take a peek.
I guess even Mr. Edgeworth is interested in beauties.
It's not like that. I just thought it might be another one of his strange paintings.
How dare you! I'm very confident in my work this time.
Oh, I want to see too.
Oh, I'm glad you're so honest about it, Kay. I'll get it ready, so come check it out later.
I guess I'll have him show it to me later.
Sketching beauties. Well, I guess we'll look at
How about that sketch you mentioned just now?
What? If you wanted to see my art, you should have been honest about it from the start. Look, here it is.
What is this?
I already told you, it's a sketch of beauties. But just to be clear, the beauties only refer to Justy and Katie. That other plump lady has nothing to do with that.
Then why did you draw her on the same page?
Well, I was taking a break from my still life painting when those beauties caught my eye. I guess I just drew them on the same page without thinking.
So you're saying that the pictures on this page were each drawn separately?
Huh? Oh yeah, I may have drawn them at different times. By the way, there's a drawing of the beautiful little Miss K on another page.
Wow, beautiful, huh? Thanks.
Larry, you drew this exactly as you saw it, correct?
Well, yeah, even I can't draw what I can't see. I recreated the scene perfectly, even the delicate shades.
Delicate shades, huh? I don't want to admit it, but this picture might be of help to the investigation. The contents of this sketch and the service cards in the fountain patio. It seems there's a contradiction between the two. I'll need to expose this contradiction using my powers of deduction. Could I borrow the sketch for a while?
Sure, I could even sign it for you if you like.
I think I'll pass. Sketch of beauties data jotted down in my organizer.
See, so she has candy on her cart, and
Oi! How's the investigation coming along? Have you found anything? Hoi! Hoi! Not quite, actually. We haven't found any clues yet. You're doing it wrong. Hoi is only used when you're showing someone something. Also, yesy is used to confirm and is also a greeting. Eep is used when you're afraid. Fi is used when you don't like something. Oi is used when you're calling someone. I see. I didn't know it was that deep. Oi, oi, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you catch all of that?
Okay, be more serious.
Yesy.
On the shelf are trophies commemorating Isaac Dover's work as Pierre Fouquet. He truly was a first-rate artist. There are quite a number of trophies lined up here.
I remember you have some trophies too, Mr. Edgeworth. I would love to have some too. If only there were a contest for thieves. How about it, Mr. Edgeworth? We could hold one at the prosecutor's office.
I don't mind you holding a contest, but all the participants would be arrested. On the shelf are trophies commemorating Isaac Dover's work as Pierre.
Okay, so.
Prosecutor DeBest ordered me not to let you investigate anything but this room. I absolutely cannot let you pass through any further than this. I'm sorry.
I won't, since I can't pass through anyway. You're standing in front of a wall.
No! After all, you're Prosecutor Edgeworth. If you really wanted to, this wall wouldn't stop you.
Wow, you're even more fearsome than I thought, Mr. Edgeworth.
Just what kind of human do these people think I am? Ms. Hall, where have you been until now?
I was showing the remaining guests out and handing out complimentary gifts as an apology. Did you require my services?
Yes, there are a few things I want to ask you about. If my suspicions are correct, she's the one who set up the poison gas trap. How exactly did you prepare the melted sculptures from 18 years ago?
My, so you know about what happened 18 years ago? It's because 18 years ago, I photographed Monsieur Dover's sculptures. Using the photos as a base, I managed to create replicas.
Replicas?
The Zodiac sculptures had been an unfinished work, so I wanted to complete it somehow. Because I am the one who accidentally melted Monsieur Dover's sculptures.
And could you tell me why the Autumn Palace resembles the Winter Palace so much?
Well, my apologies. Did they really look so alike? I think I may have gotten some of the decorations mixed up.
She is obviously lying, but I haven't gathered any evidence to prove that yet.
Man, I like how her dress has like a plunging neckline now.
Sculptures of a man with the face of a moon and a woman with the face of a sun. The man looks kind of gloomy, though. Were these also made by Pierre Hoquet?
Yes, it seems he made these in his youth when he was enthralled with the stars. The piece likens the relationship between the moon and the sun to something closer to home. The piece is entitled, My Parents.
I think we know who wore the pants in that marriage.
Okay, I like that.
Sculptures of...
Oh, okay. Well, that's the same one.
This lift trolley has been left here.
I wonder if it was used recently to carry something heavy.
The surface of the platform appears to be wet.
I remember seeing this lift trolley someplace before.
Huh? You mean during the IS-7 incident?
That's right. I remember now. It was in Dover's room. If I remember correctly, it was used to transport the ice sculptures. The lift trolley has a feature that allows you to adjust the height and angle of the platform. With just one of these, a single person could move the sculptures all by themselves.
Lift trolley data jotted down in my organizer.
Wow, how convenient. I want one too.
Why is there a lift trolley here? I guess that's something we'll need to think about.
Yes, it could be related to the case.
There's statues of a couple in Roman...
Oh. God. Okay, then let's see.
It's a statue of a brave warrior fighting a snake. Was this also made by Pierre Hoquet?
It appears to be one of his early works when he was enamored with fantasy and myths. The statue represents his heroic resolution to oppose hopeless difficulties in his youth. The title is The Math Test.
I know that feeling all too well.
I was actually pretty good at math when I was a kid, believe it or not. Okay, fair enough.
The teapot is shaped like the moon, while the teacups are shaped like stars. We had Ceylon tea with this tea set just now, but for some reason I thought it smelled different from the one we had this morning. There must be some reason behind this strange feeling. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Now she took the shard, so I can't even, Okay, never mind then. Let's see.
This spot contradicts the evidence.
Really? I don't see it. Why don't you relax and have another cup of tea? That'll help you get it together.
Upon relaxing and reflecting, it seems I was mistaken. Miss Hall was using this white service card. However, why do I feel like something is amiss? I should look over my evidence.
Oh, okay, I get it now. No, okay, fair enough then. I honestly thought that it was... Okay, so clearly it is connected to the... But what is the Oh, okay, I see now. Alright.
Larry, there's something I want to ask you about your sketch.
Huh? You want a lecture on sketching from the famed Professor Loris, do ya?
No, I just need to ask you something. The tablecloth in your sketch, are you sure it was light blue?
Yeah, my eyes never fail me.
But the one on the service card here is white, isn't it?
Dude, you're always so busy thinking with just your head that you miss the obvious.
What's with that look on your face?
When I drew that painting, I was using the cart with the tea set on it, remember? Because I was tidying up the broken pottery shards.
That's not something to be proud of.
And right then, Katie came out of the Winter Palace. I had to hurry and hide the broken teapot so that she wouldn't notice it.
Did you just say Miss Hall came out of the Winter Palace?
That's right, but this time she was pushing another service cart. And the tablecloth was light blue, just like how I drew it.
What did she do with that service cart?
Beats me. She went into the Summer Palace with it, so I don't know. And when she came out, she was pushing the lift trolley.
The lift trolley?
When I called out to her, she was so surprised that she just left it there. She's so cute when she's shy.
A second service cart and a lift trolley.
Maybe there were 2 tea sets along with 2 service cards.
We'll have to verify it with Ms. Hull. Is it true you keep 2 service cards on the premises?
Yes. Is there something wrong?
Earlier, I was looking at one of the sketches from that so-called artist, and I noticed that he had drawn the card's tablecloth light blue.
Light blue? Are you sure you weren't mistaken, monsieur? I only ever use tablecloths that are pure white. That's true! The tablecloth here doesn't have a single spot on it. Yes, that's because I always change them immediately whenever they get dirty.
Did Larry really get the color wrong then? What were you doing when the sketch was drawn?
At that time, I was just doing my job as usual.
Then could you tell me exactly what that work entails? What were you doing when you were drawn in the sketch? From the looks of the drawing, it doesn't seem like you were transporting the tea set.
This was when I was delivering chocolates to all the people in the investigation. Ah, how nice! Chocolates! Wish I could have got some too. There are still a few left, so please eat these then. I made them myself, so it's possible they might not suit your taste. Woohoo! Thank you so much.
Thank you. Perhaps it's because she had them in her pocket, but it looks like they've melted a bit. Chocolate's jotted down in my organizer.
The sweet goodness. I'm happy to hear you say that.
These chocolates are a little misshapen, but I'm glad to get some sugar into my system. Although they're a little too sweet for my taste. Wait a second, what's that? Oh. This lift is wet.
Maybe it was carrying something that was wet?
Did someone move something with this?
If you step here, you can adjust the height of the platform.
Indeed, let's try changing the height. Okay, would you do the eyes?
Roger! The platform raised up.
By using this, a single person could move certain heavy objects.
I bet this could easily carry Gummy.
Why would you carry the detective? Okay. Wait, this game takes place in 2018? I guess that was technically still the future back then. That's kind of crazy. Let's see. The statute of limitations ran out 3 years ago. Yeah. I guess we can talk to these two.
There's a maple tree in front of this door.
But that door leads to the Winter Palace. Maple trees are autumn trees, so this must have been placed here as a red herring.
Well then, how about we freeze it to make it look like a maple tree in winter?
Please don't complicate matters any further.
There's a fir tree in front of this door.
But that door leads to the Autumn Palace. Fir trees are winter trees, so this must have been placed here as a red herring.
Well then, why don't we paint it an autumn red?
Okay, fir trees are green all year round.
I knew that. I feel that your conduct thus far has clearly been out of line. I will make sure to bring this matter up to the PIC.
Do whatever you want.
But in return, we're going to be doing whatever we want as well. If I remember correctly, you're the little Ms. Great Thief. I will have to report your misconduct to the BIC as well, young lady. Sure, since it will only serve to increase my fame as the great thief.
It seems even Judge Courtney is unable to get a handle on Kay. Mr. DeBest, you're getting a bit in my way if you stand there.
I'm not going to move. Just do whatever you can over there.
Don't say that. It's probably the best if you just stand over there.
The best, you say? Okay, I'll go stand over there.
So anything is fine as long as you add the best to it? Say, I wonder if there's any evidence I can show her.
I don't know a whole lot about the case. Ding! Ah, I'm so sorry.
Why is Kay singing along with her?
Bam, 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 bam. My, is this me?
Yes, it's a sketch done by our pseudo-artist over there.
These sketches really well done. Are you giving it to me as a commemoration gift?
No, for the time being, this is a valuable piece of evidence.
I see. Too bad.
To garner such a response from the museum curator, that man has some unexpected talent.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's Katie's chocolates. Uncle Ray really loves how sweet they are. The sweet flavor really goes well with the bitter coffee in the office.
I see. Coffee would indeed go well with this.
Mr. Master said that these were his favorites. I just wish I could paint over the bitter memories of that case with this sweet chocolate.
Well, this case seems to have a lot in common with the case 18 years ago.
I agree. The melted ice in the Winter Palace and the body of the victim from 18 years ago.
I wonder why nobody ever noticed the body was missing after all this time.
The only family Mr. Dover had was a young son. His son, and Mr. Gustavia's son, who attended the same elementary school. After the case, they both went missing.
What? And they haven't been found yet?
I haven't heard any news about Mr. Gustavia's son being found. But as for Mr. Dover's son, he was found and his inheritance was delivered to him. Because of that, Mr. Dover never had a proper funeral. And that way they were able to make it look like the body had been in police custody. The autopsy report had also been forged, but nobody but the defense ever found out.
Von Karma, you would go that far?
Let's see. Oh, of course. Dedoy.
Maybe the reason the Ceylon tea smelled different was because the pots had been switched.
Eh? Really?
And the taste of the tea itself did not actually change after all. Let's go ask Ms. Hall about it in more detail. Ms. Hall? Was the reason why the Ceylon tea smelled different because the pots were switched?
Yes, that's certainly possible.
It had a fresh minty aroma, not unlike that of uva tea.
Ah, I remember now. I prepared some mint tea yesterday. I'm sure that the aroma just happened to remain in the pot.
Uh-oh. Okay, we finally got someone.
Is that really all there is to it? A minty aroma was emanating from the pot Larry had replaced.
Miss Hall said the aroma was left over from the mint tea she prepared yesterday.
Indeed, she seemed less surprised to find out that Larry broke the teapot, and more surprised by the fact that the pots had been switched.
That's right. Normally it would have been the reverse. A broken teapot is much more shocking.
She was probably trying to hide this teapot.
Hide the pot?
One of the characteristics of Normalium is a minty aroma. There is a possibility that she was hiding Normalium inside this teapot.
What? Inside the pot?
It is only a possibility for now, but it's one worth investigating. Mr. DeBest, I assume you haven't found the Normalium yet?
Huh? Oh! I've had the entire art museum searched, but I haven't received any reports yet. And what about you? Don't you have any ideas?
Only one.
I knew it. Nobody but me would be able to find it. Wait, what? You have an idea where it is?
Indeed.
Then tell me.
It may have been in this teapot that Miss Hall had used.
Oh, this teapot is pretty nice. It would make the perfect present for the best prosecutor.
It's not a present, it's an important piece of evidence.
Oh, it's just evidence? Then I guess I'll have forensics take a look at it.
Oh, she's... Monsieur Edgeworth, is there something wrong with the teapot I used?
This teapot has a minty aroma to it. It's the same aroma as one of the two chemicals used to create the poison gas.
Monsieur Edgeworth, surely you don't mean... You suspect me of having set off the poison gas?
I do. Setting up the poison gas trap in the Autumn Palace would have required some preparation. As the curator of this museum, you are the only one who could have prepared it in advance.
I wonder about that. Preparations for the opening of the museum took about a week, and I received help from both outsiders and Madame Delicia. I think there are people besides me who are also suspicious.
Of course, Delicia is also under scrutiny.
Furthermore, I don't even know how to create something like poison gas. Even if you found Normalium in my teapot, there's no way I could have prepared the poison gas. Well then, I look forward to hearing the analysis results of the teapot.
Her excuse is that she doesn't know how to prepare the poison gas. I must find a way to shatter that excuse. This is Edgeworth.
It's Gumshoe, sir!
Did something happen?
Actually, right now all the investigators but me have been left the Winter Palace, so I can finally tell you what we found.
It's not good for a detective to be leaking out information about the investigation, but his resourcefulness has saved me many times these past few days.
All of the sculptures in the Winter Palace have melted. There's still some liquid left in the cases, but there's less in the Gemini case than in the Taurus case.
There's still liquid in the glass cases?
Yes, sir! We just investigated the light blue liquid a moment ago. We only detected sugar in the Taurus case, but for some reason in the Gemini case we detected 3 different substances.
3 substances?
They consisted of sugar, salt, and blood.
Blood? Blood and salt were detected in the Gemini case?
I wonder whose blood it could have been. I've asked forensics to look into it, sir.
Right, I leave it to you, detective.
That reminds me, the forensics investigating the fountain patio contacted me. It seems the sugar found in the fountain matches that found in the light blue liquid.
Oh, well, that sounds like valuable information. Liquid analysis results jotted down in my organizer. Is that all the new information you have for me?
Ah, now that you mention it, we found a rainbow light device in there too.
The device was used to disguise the Autumn Palace? It seems the device was used in the IS-7 incident as... It seems the device that was used in the IS-7 incident is also connected to this one. I should listen to what Delicia has to say about that.
I have to go back to investigate now, sir. When we get the results of the blood test, I'll let you know right away.
Yes, thank you, Detective.
Was that Gunny calling? That sure was a long call.
But thanks to him, we now have an important piece of information.
Hmm?
In order to break Ms. Hall's alibi, I'll need to talk to everyone involved in the IS-7 incident. Delicia, would you be willing to aid in the investigation?
Yesy, of course. Anything for Miley and Kayfabe. I'll listen to whatever you have to say.
I was wondering if you could stop calling me Miley.
And stop calling me Kayfabe. Fie, that's out of the question. I can't just change a name I've already decided on. Even if we ask her, she won't listen to what we have to say at all.
Do you know anything about the decorations that are used in this museum? Specifically, the fluorescent cloths and a special device called a rainbow light device?
Yesy, of course I do. Because they are presents that I gave to Katie. As an apology for breaking the rules 18 years ago, I gave her 4 new rock salt lamps and the 4 fluorescent cloths I used in the contest. Wow, that sounds nice. Fluorescent cloths and rock salt lamps. Hahaha, seems like only us girls can understand how wonderful they are.
That's a cruel thing to say, Ms. Delicious. I like them too, you know.
Fie, that was back when Ray Ray was still a cute little boy. Back when Mr. Shields was a cute little boy? I can't even imagine it.
Are they the same decorations you saw 18 years ago?
Probably. The rock salt lamp, the cloth, and the rainbow light device. They all seem the same.
4 fluorescent cloths were used in the Autumn Palace, but I have the feeling I saw one more of the same cloth.
It's true! Look, I've got the proof right here in my bag!
What is she searching for?
Not this. Not this either.
I remember seeing cloth like that recently. Let's show Delicia and have her confirm my suspicions. Wasn't there a dirty rag in your bag that looks similar to this?
Fie, I'm not going to give any information to someone who calls it a dirty rag.
Then, would it be better if I called it a washcloth?
Fie, wrong again. It's a fluorescent cloth. Ah, oopsie. That was supposed to be a secret.
Please tell me all you know about this fluorescent cloth. Please tell me the reason why you hid this cloth.
Oh, I guess I'll have no choice since the cat's out of the bag. I found this cloth floating in the fountain, and right after that, I was called to the Autumn Palace.
So that's the moment Larry captured in his so-called sketch of the beauty.
At first, I thought one of the fluorescent cloths I'd given Katie had washed away.
But didn't you only give 4 fluorescent cloths as a present to this museum?
There were 4 fluorescent cloths covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace, right? So that's when I realized that this was the cloth that went missing 18 years ago. The poison gas broke out because someone had stolen my Megatoxin X. So I thought the fluorescent cloth had also been used for the crime. I was afraid I'd be suspected, so I didn't say anything about it to anyone.
I see.
But I sure feel a lot better after talking about it. Stress isn't good for your figure, after all.
18 years ago, the cloth that was wrapped around the body went missing. Who would have thought it would turn up in the fountain along with the body? Fluorescent cloth data updated in my organizer. I'd like to ask you something since you're a pharmacist. Exactly how would one gain the knowledge required to set off poison gas?
Now, that's basic knowledge for any pharmacist acquainted with Megatoxin X. It even says on the warning label, danger, do not mix with normalium.
Then, is there another way for someone who isn't a pharmacist to obtain that information?
Well, it might be possible if they've seen the angel's recipe.
The recipe book that was the grand prize of the contest 18 years ago.
Since it also contains a recipe to prepare Megatoxin X.
Does this mean that you've also seen the contents of the angel's recipe?
Yes, see. That's a given, of course. The pharmaceutical company I work for is the Master Group. It's the company that makes the Cold Killer X medicine.
Cold Killer X, the cold medicine that promises to kill colds good.
After Jeffy got declared guilty, the company took back the recipe book. However, only a small group of elite pharmacists have been allowed to see it, though.
So, this woman is also a part of that small group of elite pharmacists.
Well, before we talk to Kate, let's talk to him because he was also involved.
Mr. Shields, could you tell me what kind of person Ms. Hall is?
Miles, don't tell me. You're also interested in Katie?
No.
Well, all joking aside, all Uncle Ray can say is, the Kate I know is a truly admirable woman. For 18 years, she has always wanted to remain here and wait for Master's return. However, she was driven out of the mansion by Master's relatives.
What? She was driven out of the mansion?
That's because Kate isn't related by blood to Mr. Master. With no family and her job taken from her, she could only live on with the song and dance that Mr. Master had taught her. Well, she's now retired as a world-famous actress, though.
Why did she retire?
Because she had already saved up enough money to buy this mansion. It seems she even got back the angel's recipe that had been taken by the Master Group. This mansion where she lived with Mr. Master had been everything to her. She probably just wanted to take back everything that she lost.
It seems that Mr. Shields sympathizes with Ms. Hall, but you could also say that her actions have taken away everything Mr. Master had.
Okay, logic time. Let's see. Do I have all the pieces I need? Yep, I do. I have what I need. Let's go!
The method used to set off the poison gas is explained in the angel's recipe, and the current owner of the angel's recipe is Ms. Hall.
Ah, so that means...
Indeed, it means that it is possible she knew how to set off the poison gas. With this, we can expose her lies for what they are.
Investigation complete.
And thank you for healing.
Now, all that's left is to wait for the results of the teapot.
To be continued. Okay, 2 segments left. Let's see if we can do it tonight, people. Let's go. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's do this thing. Wow, I'm already 2 hours in, actually. April 2nd, 2:33 p.m., Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio.
I have a report. We have detected traces of normalium from the teapot. You can't be serious.
It's just like Mr. Edgeworth said.
Darn it! Did Mr. Edgewood take the title of the best from me again?
Mr. DeBest, it seems like you have an obsession with being the best. But when you're on a case, winning and losing is of no importance.
What are you saying? Obviously, it's best to be the best at everything.
If you can't understand that, then you have no business being a prosecutor.
What?
Please stop harassing Sebastian. Sebastian, a person of your caliber has no need to listen to such things.
Justine! Yeah, you're right.
Please leave this to me. Why don't you go check on the victim's condition?
Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll be right back then.
All right, I'll be waiting.
Judge Courtney is much more troublesome than Mr. DeBest.
Well then. Ms. Curator, can you tell us why normalium was discovered in the teapot? I was not aware that it contained such a chemical. I suppose it may have been an ingredient from the detergent I had used. So you're saying that you did not put it in deliberately? No, of course not. There's no way for me to have known how to create the poison gas.
Despite being a former actress, it seems you're not very good at lying.
What do you mean?
Oh, she's freaking out.
The angel's recipe is in your possession, and the method to create the poison gas is contained inside that recipe book. So you must have known how to create it.
Oh, damage.
I am surprised you knew about that. Ms. Curator, is this true? It's true that information about the poison gas is contained in one of the recipes. However, just because I saw it does not mean that I was responsible for the crime. Could you tell me what set off the poison gas? It was caused by the victim hitting the lid of the glass case with a burner. Haha, I see. If he locked himself in that room of his own will and then set off the poison gas, wouldn't that suggest suicide?
Does she intend to deny it until the bitter end?
Furthermore, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a chemical like Megatoxin X.
That may be true, but you could have stolen it from someone else.
That reminds me, I met up with Katie a week ago, and that night was when I realized that my Megatoxin X was gone. Katie, you couldn't have. Madame Delicia always carried her medicine bag around with her. Anyone could have stolen it.
That's right. I don't have any proof that she was the one who stole it.
Kate, can you tell us what you're hiding? I know you're not the kind of person who would hurt someone without a reason.
Monsieur Shields, you doubt me as well?
Setting a trap on one of the gallery exhibits and then disguising the rooms. I just think it would have been impossible for anyone but the curator.
That's not true. There are no guards or security cameras at this gallery. If any ill-intentioned person wanted to sneak into the gallery, it would have been an easy task for them. Then, isn't it like an all-you-can-steal buffet in here? You have to be careful. You never know when a great thief could appear.
It doesn't sound like a joke when Kay says it.
Actually, Monsieur Gustavia apparently entered the gallery before it opened.
Well, I'm beat. Looks like Uncle Ray can't do anything to break down Kate's iron guard. This might be a good time to use the technique your old man taught me.
The technique my father taught you?
This case is deeply connected to the one from 18 years ago. If we just pursue the present case, it may seem like there's a lot we don't understand. But if we try turning things around, there might be a hint in the case from the past.
Thinking the other way around. Did my father do that too?
For example, just consider the relationship between the past case and Kate.
Miss Hall melted Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures 18 years ago, and today Mr. Dover's works are on display in this gallery. It can't be. I see. Now I know what to ask her.
That's good to hear. In that case, Uncle Ray will just watch over you as you do your work.
Miss Catherine Hall, 18 years ago it seems that you melted Mr. Dover's sherbet sculptures.
Yes, I was young and inexperienced, and I did something inexcusable.
However, isn't that why you were able to open the Zodiac Art Gallery?
I don't know what you mean. I don't understand either. Prosecutor Edgeworth, do you seek her testimony?
Yes, I would like her to tell me about the Zodiac Art Gallery. I would like to know the reason you decided to open a gallery for Mr. Dover's artwork.
If you insist this is related to the case at hand, I will allow it. Ms. Curator, your testimony, if you please. Very well. If that will clear your suspicions about me. Now then, please testify about the Zodiac Art Gallery.
The Zodiac Art Gallery.
18 years after Monsieur Master was arrested, I was finally able to buy back this mansion. Then, in order to maintain it, I decided to manage it as an art gallery. I collected Pierre Hoquet's works from all over the world. After all, it was my dream to open the Zodiac Art Gallery. It's wonderful that your dreams come true. What do you think, Prosecutor Edgeworth? I don't believe there was anything strange about her testimony.
Judge Courtney, I believe in the courtroom. It is standard to cross-examine the witness. Wouldn't you agree it's a little too early to say that there are no contradictions?
You speak like a defense attorney. Very well. Proceed as you please.
The sculptures in the Winter Palace are the same sherbet sculptures from 18 years ago. Unless I point that out to her, I won't be able to find out the truth.
Yep, wrong answer.
Take a look at this piece of evidence.
In that case, would you take a look at my dance too?
No, dancing doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about.
But can't the same be said about what you've just said, Monsieur Edgeworth?
Ugh.
Shall I return to my story?
Pierre Hoquet. That's Mr. Dover's alias, correct?
Yes, it's the name he used when he worked as a sculptor in France.
About collecting his works. How did you prepare the Taurus and Gemini sculptures? I heard that Mr. Dover passed away before he completed those two statues.
I had the sculptures in the Winter Palace specially made based on the photos I took.
Oh, could you tell us about that in more detail?
After all, it was my dream to... I prepared replicas of the sculptures in the Winter Palace based on the photos I took. Huh.
Okay, that's also wrong.
This piece of evidence will tell us the truth.
This one, you say? Do you want to make me out to be a criminal that badly, Monsieur Edgeworth? Even going as far as to force your strained logic on me?
Please don't cry.
In that case, I'll return to my story.
Those tears were fake, as expected from a former acclaimed actress. By photos, do you mean the ones taken in Isaac Dover's room?
Yes, you seem quite familiar with the events from 18 years ago, Monsieur Edgeworth. So the sculptures in the Winter Palace were replicas. They melted and I didn't even get to see them once.
No, the sherbet sculptures shouldn't have been replicas. Ms. Hall is obviously lying.
After all that trouble it took to prepare them, it's a shame they melted.
The sculptures in the Winter Palace are the same sherbet sculptures from 18 years ago. Unless I point that out to her, I won't be able to find out the truth.
Okay, how am I supposed to... Oh, wait. There we go. That's the right answer. Tisk, tisk.
Did you really think that your excuses would continue to hold up? No matter how much you lie, you can't deny the composition of the sculptures. From the analysis results, it's quite clear that the sculptures in the Winter Palace are the sherbet sculptures Mr. Dover created.
Oi, Miley! As a pharmacist, it's my turn to shine. What we call sugar actually comes in many different varieties and tastes. Even if the sculptures were replicas, it's nearly impossible to replicate the composition.
I see. Thank you for the explanation. Though I don't recall asking. That, Ms. Hall, means you couldn't have melted the sherbet sculptures back then. You stole them and preserved them for 18 years.
Ah! What? She preserved the sherbet for 18 whole years?
If you freeze it properly, it's not impossible.
Silence, please. Ms. Curator, what do you have to say? I can't believe you've already uncovered so much. So you're admitting that you stole the sherbet sculptures? No, I cannot admit to such a thing. There isn't any proof that I stole them after all. Also, I couldn't have stolen the sculptures 18 years ago. I don't think they would have been easy to steal without the police noticing.
Is that so? I don't know what you did 18 years ago. As such, how can I judge how difficult it would be to As such, how can I judge how difficult it would have been to steal them?
It looks like you won't give up so easily.
I don't intend on giving up until I learn the truth.
I understand. Then I shall tell you what I did 18 years ago. What I did 18 years ago. On the day of the incident, I was waiting in the main building until the judging. During the judging, at Museum Master's request, I went to change the film in the camera. But before I could deliver the camera to him, I discovered Monsieur Dover's body. After Monsieur Gregory arrived, I prepared tea for everyone involved in the investigation. It was then that I witnessed Monsieur Gustavia enter Monsieur Dover's room. And that was everything I had done on that day. I don't think there's anything suspicious about my actions.
Well, that's not your decision to make.
Mr. Edgeworth, were there any contradictions in her testimony?
For now, I should just prove that she stole the sculptures. But when could Miss Hall have stolen them? If I can answer that, her crime should come to light.
Okay, change the film, but before I could discovered Monsieur's body.
When exactly did Mr. Gustavia enter the victim's room?
It was when Monsieur Gregory and the rest were investigating the crime scene.
Apparently, Mr. Gustavia went into Mr. Dover's room to retrieve a family photo.
He stole the picture so their partnership would remain a secret, right? But you can't be a great thief if you get caught stealing.
Okay, I don't think Mr. Gustavia is a great thief. The moment Mr. Gustavia sneaked into Mr. Dover's room. Could Miss Hall have stolen the statues then? This was when you stole the sherbet scout.
And how would I have done that?
That's...
Not even a great thief could have taken it then, you know.
It seems I was mistaken. My apologies. Please continue, Miss Hall. Now, when could she have stolen the sculptures?
When did Miss Hall steal the sherbet, eh? Even with the brains of a great thief, I'm stumped.
If you want to know what happened, you should ask someone who was there. Don't forget, you can always count on Uncle Ray.
Yes, that's right.
Oh wait, I know.
Did you do so in the same manner as today?
Yes, I poured tea for everyone working on the investigation.
Now that you mention it, Uncle Ray also got some tea from you that day. Kate was pushing her service cart back and forth from the patio to the main building.
I see. Did anything seem strange to you then?
Well, I remember your old man singing praises of her Ceylon tea. And he also said something about how the saucer was chilled.
The saucer was chilled. Could Miss Hall have stolen the sculptures then?
Yep, this is the right answer.
This was when you stole the sherbet sculptures.
I'm sorry, but Monsieur Shields and company were at the patio the entire time. Are you saying I stole them in broad daylight?
That's precisely what I'm saying. This is where she hid the sculptures, to steal them right under their noses.
The cart. Yep, bingo. Yep, there it is. The smug answer.
Neither my father nor Mr. Shields realized the sculptures were right in front of them. What you were pushing around was no ordinary service cart. It was the sculpture itself.
Eek! Leek! But surely that would still be impossible. If you placed the sculptures on the service cart, people would notice immediately.
I never said she used the service cart to move the sculptures.
What? What? What do you mean? Then what did she use to move the sculptures around?
This is what Ms. Hall used to transport the sculptures. Yep, time for Ice Pick to shine. I know this one.
And this is...
This is the lift trolley Mr. Dover used 18 years ago to move his sherbet sculptures. It seems the same lift trolley lies here in the fountain patio.
That's because it was originally prepared for the contest in the first place. Are you saying she used the lift trolley to move the sculptures?
Yes. The sculptures were placed on this lift trolley and then covered with a tablecloth. It could be disguised as a servant's cart and moved without arousing suspicion.
How could that be?
So the saucers were chilled because they were sitting on the ice sculptures? Kate, what's the meaning of this? What were you thinking?
That was truly impressive. You certainly are Monsieur Gregory's son. After 18 years, it's hard to imagine any proofs that I stole the sculptures remained. But I knew it was only a matter of time until I was suspected. Ms. Curator, does this mean you admit to stealing the sculptures? Yes, I admit it. 18 years ago, I stole the sherbet sculptures from Monsieur Dover's room. It's just as Monsieur Edwards says. I disguised the lift trolley as a service cart, and I served tea as I made my way back and forth. That wasn't all. I also took the ice block with all the star clusters on it.
An ice block with star clusters on it? That seems familiar. A giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. The Winter Palace is a reproduction of Mr. Dover's room from 18 years ago. Because they had melted, my father never got the chance to see them. But those blocks of ice were also originally from Dover's sherbet salon.
The two sculptures and the 2 blocks of ice. I took everything I could. And then I placed empty glass cases in Monsieur Dover's room. The sculptures were all encased in glass to preserve their fine details. But the ice blocks were being displayed as they were. As per the rules, we prepared the glass cases for Mr. Dover.
So it would have been easy for her to prepare the glass cases.
In Monsieur Dover's rooms, there were some sculptures that were still unfinished. I thought if I melted them, it would look like the ones I had stole had melted too. So everything you see in the Winter Palace are all original works from 18 years ago. Ms. Hall, it didn't take much to get her to confess.
Then she must know. She knows it isn't enough to try her in court.
That is all I have to say. But even though I admit to stealing the sculptures, you can't arrest me for it. What? Well, what do you mean by that?
Heavens,
you're assisting in an investigation without knowing this much? Perhaps you should read this book concerning the Statute of Limitations. The Statute of Limitations?
Statute of Limitations data jotted down in my organizer. To put it simply, it's the time frame in which a suspect can be taken to court. You can see it on this page. 15 years or 7 years for theft.
The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years, and for theft it's 7 years. Ah!
That's right. And Ms. Hall's theft was 18 years ago. According to the statute, she cannot be arrested for stealing the sculptures.
So that's how it is. Stealing evidence from a crime scene is an unforgivable offense. However, for this crime at least, we have no right to pass judgment. It appears that Prosecutor Edgeworth's tepid reasoning has all been for naught.
I wonder about that. I deduced Miss Hall's actions simply to expose a different crime. If she only took the sculptures, we wouldn't have found the body from 18 years ago.
Are you saying that I hid Mr. Monsieur Dover's body?
That's correct.
But how can someone hide a body for 18 years?
I would imagine it would be very difficult under normal circumstances.
So you're saying the circumstances weren't normal? Are you claiming that you know where the body was hidden?
When you consider Miss Hall's actions, the answer becomes obvious. 18 years ago, Miss Hall stole something more than just Sherbet sculptures.
If you're so confident, I would like to hear your answer. Where did Miss Hall hide the body?
Oh, this is going to be tough. Okay.
I only know like 2 possible answers to this. Let's say, yeah, that's the wrong one.
This is the photograph of Mr. Dover's sculptures?
Yes, and perhaps you've noticed that the victim's body can be seen in this picture.
I do not see it. Please point it out clearly. Where in this picture can one see the body of the victim?
Okay.
It's time to expose the location of the body in this photograph.
Okay, this is tough. Okay, let's see. So there's the twin. There's Taurus. I doubt that's right, but let's try anyway.
The Gemini sculpture?
Yes, and while it may look like the Gemini sculpture at first glance, in reality, this is none other than Isaac Dover himself.
This ice sculpture was the victim's body? And all I can see from this picture is an ice sculpture statue.
That's because a certain piece of evidence was used to conceal it.
Conceal it? Which piece of evidence did Ms. Hall use to conceal the body?
That's an easy one. The fluorescent cloth, of course.
This is the cloth that was covering the sculptures in the Autumn Palace.
This cloth manipulates light. With it, it's entirely possible to make something look like ice. Isn't that right, Delicia?
Yes, see? When it glows red, it's like a raging inferno. And when it glows blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool eyes. That cloth will only emit light when it's attached to a special device.
Judge Courtney, look closely at the picture one more time. Beneath the Gemini case lies a box-shaped object attached to a pedestal.
This is...
A rainbow light device. Detective Gumshoe reported one in the Winter Palace. This is the device that went missing 18 years ago. Originally, it would have been attached to the cloth inside the glass case. Naturally, Miss Hall took the device with her when she moved the sculptures. By using the rainbow light device to make the fluorescent cloth glow, Mr. Dover's body was made to look like an ice sculpture.
That's ridiculous.
So then, when Uncle Ray took a photo of the Winter Palace...
That's right, the body had been in front of us all along, disguised as Gemini.
However, the body and the fluorescent cloth were both discovered in the fountain. If the ice sculpture was the body, we would have found it in the Winter Palace.
If we had found it there, her trick would have been revealed immediately. Miss Hall moved the body out of the Winter Palace to prevent us from discovering it.
Absurd. You say she threw the body into the fountain without any of us noticing?
No, Judge Courtney, there was no need for that. She simply used the same method as before. Remember the lift trolley? She moved the body to some other room and dumped it into the stream. To the fountain. Naturally, the frozen body would have sunk to the bottom of the fountain. That's why the cloth floated up first and was found by Delicia.
And eventually the body thawed out and floated to the surface. Hold it! Monsieur Edgeworth, you truly have a gift for deductive reasoning. However, do you have any proofs that I moved the body?
Actually, we do!
If you cannot prove that, then there is no way I can accept what you are saying. Wasn't there anyone who saw Miss Hall move the body?
Yes, I believe such a person exists. The answers lie in the evidence that person gave me. And that piece of evidence will reveal the truth of Miss Hall's actions.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you able to prove the crime of Ms. Curator?
Certainly, I have evidence that will show exactly what she did.
Then it's time we see your answer. Which piece of evidence reveals Ms. Curator's actions?
The sketch of the beauties, of course.
Another sketch? Oh, it appears I've been drawn in this one.
This is a sketch Larry drew of the women at the fountain patio. I would like to direct your attention to the service card on the left side of the sketch.
Service card? What about it?
Don't you see? What transpired 18 years ago has happened again. Miss Hall was moving the body in the sketch.
No. Hold it! Please wait. I don't see Monsieur Dover's body anywhere in that drawing. All I did was hand out chocolates to everyone.
The key detail in the sketch is the color of the tablecloth. Up until now, I thought Larry had just made a mistake.
Tablecloth. It's light blue.
It may be light blue in the sketch, but no blue tablecloths exist in this mansion. Perhaps it's light blue because the body was hidden still glowing underneath the tablecloth.
What? But the lift trolley is rectangular in the sketch. If she just placed the body in the lift trolley, we would notice it immediately.
There were 2 blocks of ice in the Winter Palace that are completely hollowed out. If she put the body inside the block of ice, it would look like a service card.
That's...
Miss Hall, you put the body in the block of ice and used the lift trolley to move it, didn't you?
I never imagined you would be able to deduce so much from just a single sketch. But what if it is just a mistake, like you said before? It doesn't prove anything.
I agree that alone the sketch is worthless. Once you remove the body, the service cart would revert back to a lift trolley. That's why the lift trolley was left behind in the fountain patio. And without the service cart, there would be no place for you to put your chocolates.
The chocolates I gave everyone?
Until then, the chocolates had sat on top of the service cart as you gave them away. But when you gave them to us, you took them from your pocket.
Ah, now that you mention it, they were a bit melted, but they were still really sweet and tasty.
So, why was it necessary to put them in your pocket halfway through?
That's because...
That's because once the body was disposed of, you no longer had a service cart.
Ah! Hold it right there. If she put the chocolates in her pocket and left the lift trolley in the patio, then where did the tablecloth go?
If she had been forced to put the chocolates in her pocket, she wouldn't have had time to dispose of the tablecloth.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, can you answer that for me?
The tablecloth wasn't hidden. It's right in front of us.
Do clarify. The tablecloth you used to hide the body, where is it now?
Yep, okay, I was right about that one. Isn't it obvious? Miss Hall is carrying it with her out in the open.
Out in the open? Ah, you mean...
Miss Hall, you are wearing the tablecloth around your waist. The block of ice was not encased in a glass case. In other words, the tablecloth was in direct contact with the block of ice. If we have it examined, we will undoubtedly find traces of sherbet on it. Ms. Hall, you will turn your tablecloth over to the police at once.
There's no need to examine the tablecloth. It is just as you say. I stole the poison from Madame Delicia, and I moved the body.
Oh, she's crying now.
I have done terrible things. Madame Delicia, I am so sorry. 1 week ago I took your Megatoxin X bottle. I slipped it into that man's pocket to make it look like suicide. And if they suspected it was murder, the evidence would point to Madame Delicia. Hey, Katie!
Kate, what were you thinking? Weren't we always trying to save Mr. Master together?
I could not let myself be arrested. Not until I had proven Monsieur Master's innocence. From the very beginning, I had planned to turn myself in once everything was over. But I suppose it is too late to say that now.
Kate, why? Why would you go this far?
Even for Monsieur Shields, I've caused nothing but trouble. For the past 18 years, I have been a criminal. The IS-7 incident. Don't tell me that you were the true culprit. My greatest crime was stealing the sherbet sculptures for my own selfish interests. When Monsieur Dover died, they were no longer just ordinary sculptures. They had become the final works of the sculptor Monsieur Master so deeply loved. What if they melted before Monsieur Master returned? With that in mind, I could not let anyone touch them, not even the police. Even though I knew it was wrong, I moved them to the mansion's freezer. However, I only wanted to preserve Monsieur Dover's art. I did not know his body was hidden among them.
And so she stole the sculptures without noticing the body.
Monsieur Master would never take another person's life, but because of me, the body vanished and Monsieur Master was found guilty. That kind man, he treated someone like me as family. He meant more to me than anyone else, and yet...
Kate.
When Monsieur Master was found guilty, I was chased out of this mansion. I was finally able to reclaim the mansion just a few days ago, but when I saw the sculpture still sleeping away in the freezer, I realized that I was the one who hid Monsieur Dover's body. However, the statute of limitations had already expired. Therefore, I could think of no other way to atone for my sins.
It appears I have misunderstood her. It seems she caused this entire incident in order to save Mr. Master.
What you thinking about, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's one thing that has been bothering me this whole time. Why would Miss Hall plan a murder with such an uncertain method like poison gas? And the reason she disguised the Autumn Palace to look like the Winter Palace was to make those involved in the incident 18 years ago confuse the two rooms.
I wonder what Kate was trying to accomplish.
I know the answer! She was trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence. In that case, Miss Hall's true objective was to find the true culprit. Perhaps she was trying to find the true culprit. Miss Hall, were you trying to prove Mr. Master's innocence? You wanted to reveal the true culprit and have the police find the body from 18 years ago. Was that not your true goal? By displaying those sculptures, you'd attract those involved in the past incident. Only two people would know where the body was hidden. You and the true culprit.
The culprit would have panicked, knowing that the body would be The culprit would have panicked, knowing that the body would be displayed publicly.
Yes, and if the culprit really showed it up, there's a risk they'd erase their tracks. In the worst-case scenario, they might have even stolen the body. So, how could she protect the evidence while simultaneously luring in the culprit?
I see! That's why she made the Autumn Palace look like the Winter Palace.
Yes, and then, Miss Hall, you must have thought, whoever opens the Pisces case believing it to be the Gemini case must be the true culprit of the IS-7 incident.
What? But that means that person is the true culprit? Please wait a moment, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Do you realize what you're saying? Do you intend to accuse that person of being the culprit behind the IS-7 incident?
Ms. Hall was trying to trap the true culprit. If so, wouldn't the person who fell for the trap be the true culprit? However, I have no evidence to back up my claims. If I make a formal accusation without any proof, it will not end well. Should I announce the true killer of Isaac Dover? Well, let's make an accusation, why not? What I should do is reveal the truth. In that case, there's no need to hesitate. Yes, that's correct. Judge Courtney? I indict this person as the true culprit behind the IS-7 incident. Dane Gustavia, of course.
Dane Gustavia, who fell victim to the poison gas, is the true culprit of the IS-7 incident? Gusti is...
Mr. Gustavia? Ms. Hall, didn't you believe that if you opened this gallery, the true culprit would come? That's why you set up the poison gas trap, is it not?
You truly have a gifted mind, just like your father. It is as you say, Monsieur Edgeworth.
Now, would you please tell us the whole truth?
Yes, I have nothing more to hide. I will tell you everything. I set a trap in the gallery to find the true culprit. Before the gallery opened, I left only the Autumn Palace unlocked. At opening time, when I went around to unlock each room, I discovered that the Autumn Palace had been locked from the inside. I knew that the true culprit was on the other side of the door. My hand was trembling.
All that was left was for the trap to do its work.
When I heard Monsieur Gustavio was exposed to the poison gas, I realized he was the culprit, and I thought that if the police discovered Monsieur Dover's body, it would prove Monsieur Master's innocence.
Why didn't you ever come talk to me? There might have been another way.
I know that you did everything you could for me over the past 18 years. However, all of this had been brought on by my own crime. That's why I wanted to save Monsieur Master as soon as possible.
Kate!
Not only that, the police hid the fact that the body went missing 18 years ago. Even if I reported the body, there was a chance that the truth would be hidden again. That's why I caused the incident at the museum's opening, with as many witnesses as possible.
I'm sorry. Gregory, Mr. Master, and even you. I couldn't protect anyone.
Mr. Shields, it must be tough on him as well.
The one who should be apologizing is me. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, I'm terribly sorry. I shall accept whatever punishment I am given. However, I must ask of you, please clear Monsieur Master's name.
The truth that was hidden for 18 years was revealed in an unexpected manner. However, to think that things would end this way.
Okay, we have one last part of this. Well, let's go for it. It's only 105. We can do this. Let's go. April 2nd, 3:11 p.m. Zodiac Art Gallery, Fountain Patio. Why do I always read this?
Ms. Hall, have you composed yourself?
Yes, we.
What you did, no matter the reason, was unforgivable.
I know.
However, you committed this crime in order to prove Mr. Master's innocence. If the true culprit is someone else, we have a duty to reinvestigate.
No false evidence from the IS-7 incident remains in the official case files. Moreover, there is no evidence to lend credence to Ms. Hall's testimony. We should first arrest Ms. Hall as the culprit behind today's incident.
We cannot be certain that all the case files are accurate. After all, the prosecutor in the case has a history of forging evidence.
Are you suggesting that the PIC overlooked such a prosecutor?
That's none of my concern. The truth is that the evidence... That's none of my concern. The truth is that evidence was falsified. And the fact that Dover's body from 18 years ago was just discovered proves it.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, I can see remnants of Prosecutor Von Karma within you.
What did you say?
You try to deceive the PIC and fabricate the truth. Let me inform you of or rather, the PIC's logic.
The PIC's logic.
I acknowledge that Prosecutor Von Karma fabricated the information about the body. However, he successfully convicted Mr. Master as an accomplice. I believe that the true culprit was Ms. Curator herself. She even attempted to murder Mr. Gustavia today in order to pin the blame on him.
Is that really what the PIC believes?
Yes, every word I utter is for the sake of law and order.
It seems she intends to hide the truth for the sake of the PIC. At this rate, neither Mr. Master nor Ms. Hall will be saved.
Okay, so let's see. However, yep, okay. I believe that the true culprit is Ms. Curator herself. Why does she talk like she talks so weirdly? She shows her first.
I cannot allow this case to end here. There's still something that needs to be cleared up. Looks like I'll have to show Looks like I'll have to show Judge Courtney something to convince her.
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, let's see here now.
If you acknowledge that, why won't you reopen the case?
The goddess of law does not err in her judgments. While Prosecutor Von Karma may have used underhanded tactics,
If you ask me, it's all been bogus ever since Von Karma fabricated evidence. And you claim that justice was served? What is the PIC thinking?
I can already declare my verdict. There's no need for further investigation.
Let's hear your investigation on the matter, then. I heard that the biggest factor in Mr. Master's conviction was his confession. If Prosecutor Von Karma had a hand in his confession, the ruling may not be just.
The initial investigation was handled by Detective Rip Lacer. He was the one who obtained the confession. According to the official reports, all I can say is that the ruling has already been handed down. Jeez, why does Ms. Courtney have to be so stubborn? Is the PIC so high and mighty?
They sure seem like the arch-enemy of prosecutors, to say the least.
So they're kind of like what the police are to great thieves.
Says the great thief who nonchalantly works alongside the police. Are you saying that both Ms. Hall and Mr. Master murdered Isaac Dover?
Mr. Master committed the murder, while Ms. Curator moved the body. And that's what I believe. What? How can you say that? We would never kill Monsieur Dover. Did you not steal the body and preserve it for 18 years? It is only natural to suspect you of being an accomplice.
She has already confessed to her crimes, and now is not the time to judge her of her past crimes.
In that case, let's judge Ms. Hall for her current crime.
If she wanted to pin the crime on somebody, why choose Mr. Gustavia?
Perhaps Mr. Gustavius suspected Miss Hall was the criminal, as he attempted to confirm whether or not the Gemini sculpture was genuine. He was caught in a trap meant to silence him forever.
Can you prove that theory?
Mr. Gustavius is currently teetering on the brink of death. There's probably no way to prove it unless he regains consciousness. In other words, there is nothing we can do for now.
That can't be true. There must still be something we can do.
You still don't get it, do you? Allow me to give you a clearer explanation. We already have ample evidence for both the IS-7 incident and today's poison gas incident.
Okay. Oh, so we do have a new... Okay, fair enough. By ample evidence, you mean...
For the IS-7 incident, we have a body, the murder weapon, and a pair of suspects. For the poison gas incident, we have the 2 chemicals and Ms. Hall's confession. And furthermore, I've finished collecting all the evidence necessary. For your own PIC hearing, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
What?
How can you say something like that so casually?
Miles, you know you're always welcome to join the Edgeworth Law Offices.
Judge Courtney, I'd like to ask you to Judge Courtney, I'd like to ask that you refrain from making such needless remarks.
I understand. Well, regardless, there's no need to investigate any further.
I don't like that. Are you saying that there is nothing left for us to investigate?
We have already exhausted all ends in regards to the evidence. This court will accept no further deliberations. I shall now deliver my verdict for the defendant, Catherine Hall. I hereby pronounce you...
Hold it! There is still a need for further investigation.
If you wish to halt my verdict, please do so with evidence. That is, if there is any evidence that requires further deliberation.
I cannot allow this case to end here. There's still something that needs to be cleared up. Looks like I'll have to show Judge Courtney something to convince her.
I have an idea, but I'm sure that it's also wrong, so let's see. Yeah, okay, that was the wrong answer.
Judge Courtney, could you take a look at this piece of evidence?
I'm afraid I cannot accept that piece of evidence. I do not believe it has any relation to my testimony.
Go! As I expected, she's not like Mr. DeBest. However, I won't back down so easily.
Okay, so what else could we possibly need to examine? Wait, okay, is that wrong?
Judge Courtney, there's a contradiction in your testimony.
I cannot authorize this statement.
And why not?
Because it's obvious you're bluffing.
Oh! Is that the impression I give off? Next time, for sure, I will present evidence that will silence her for good.
Okay, so, I just don't... Let's see, so there are traces that it was used before, yeah. Rock salt lamp, stained with Dover's blood, okay. Family. Yeah, I didn't think that was right either. Judge Courtney, alright, yeah, no, there we go, okay. Man, I'm doing bad here. What possible piece of evidence could we need to look at, I guess? Yeah, okay, that's not it either.
Judge Courtney, don't you have a problem with that statement just now?
Should I have a problem with it?
Exactly, because there's no problem at all.
In that case, you should refrain from speaking in the first place.
Oh, I don't think that left a good impression.
Okay, we're just going to save here because
I have already screwed up way too much. Let's just be safe here and not, like, force myself to start over. Okay, so what else could we need to investigate here? Of course it was that. I should have known. Like, there's still one piece of evidence from the IS-7 incident that remains unsettled. Take a look at this.
This is?
This is the forensic results from the Gemini sculpture that melted in the Winter Palace. According to the results of the analysis, traces of someone's blood were found. Who does this blood belong to? Until we know the answer, this case is still open.
There was blood mixed in with the remains of the Gemini sculpture? I heard nothing of this from Sebastian.
This was a report from Detective Gumshoe. I'd planned to tell Mr. DeBest himself.
So even though you had no investigative authority, you still did as you please. I shall report everything that has transpired today to the PIC.
I will not avert my eyes from the truth, nor shall I overlook the mistakes of the past. If you wish to report my actions to the PIC, be my guest. But in exchange, I want you to let me investigate this case to the very end.
It is not my place to decide such things. I must ask that you check with Sebastian regarding this matter.
Oh, God.
Hey, good news, you guys! Thanks to our early detection, Mr. Gustavia's life was saved. Mr. Gustavia!
So, he's alive.
God, I don't know.
So, he's alive?
Would you be the ones who saved my life? Hey, Mr. Gustavia! You are Sir Assistant, are you not? You've grown so big this time. This one is your assistant, then?
No, I'm...
He's an assistant candidate, and Gregory Edwards' son.
I am Miles Edgeworth, the prosecutor.
What a twist of fate! I am in your debt. It is thanks to you that I have completely recovered.
There's no need for thanks. Since you're alive, we can reach the truth behind the incident 18 years ago.
What do you speak of? While you were unconscious, the truth has started to come to light. You may be Isaac Dover's murderer. What? Really?
Ms. Hall was looking for the criminal behind the events of 18 years ago. That's why she set up the poison gas in the Pisces case. Mr. Gustavia, the events of the incident 18 years ago. Tell us what really happened. So, you wish to remain silent?
Nah, I think he's just meditating.
He can sleep standing up? What a useful skill to have!
Meditation is different from sleeping, though.
Mr. Gustavia, please tell us what you did 18 years ago. I'm the criminal because I fell for the trap? That's not a very funny joke. I'm a victim, not a culprit.
Mr. Gustavia, it has not yet been clear. Mr. Gustavia, it has not yet been made clear whether or not you are the criminal. And this is only their baseless speculation. Do not concern yourself with the drivel of a prosecutor with that jurisdiction.
At least there is one person here who understands.
My name is Justine Courtney. I'm a judge. If you would like, I would be happy to assist you. Let us show Prosecutor Edgeworth the truth of 18 years ago.
Understood. I shall prove my innocence to you, Sir Prosecutor.
Judge Courtney, is that your answer? Do you intend to bury the truth of the IS-7 incident before it can be brought to light?
I merely believe in the judgments of the goddess of law.
Ultimately, those who render judgment are only human. As long as humans control the law, there is no guarantee that every verdict is correct. If you are going to help conceal the truth, I will not hold back.
I'm looking forward to it.
Lady Justine, what should I do now?
You're being suspected because you set off the poison gas. Can you tell us the reason why you opened the Pisces case?
Understood. I came to see Sir Dover's works from 18 years ago. However, I accidentally entered the museum a half hour before it opened.
Miss Hall, there was nobody at the entrance, correct?
Since I thought the criminal from 18 years ago might be coming, I had no security guards in place. I didn't even lock the doors. I was very busy with opening preparations, so there was nobody on the first floor. In addition, I locked every palace door aside from the autumn one.
I see. This must have been done in order to lure the criminal to the Autumn Palace. Which is why he ended up entering the Autumn Palace.
Wow, that was some. Okay, that was some rough translation there.
It's already suspicious that he snuck into the museum in the first place. The gallery should remain silent. Unless you have evidence that can prove his testimony false, I will not allow any objections. Gallery? This isn't even a courtroom! Now then, why did you open the Pisces case?
I wish to view Sir Dover's handiwork up close. The Gemini sculpture. No, it was actually the Pisces, wasn't it? The lid had been frozen shut, so I borrowed a burner to open it. But as soon as I opened the lid, poison gas began pouring out.
That's quite a convenient testimony.
That sounds like a total lie, doesn't it? There are parts of Mr. Gustavia's testimony that I have issues with as well. However, there is no evidence to disprove it. But that's...
Would it not make sense for suspicion to fall on Lady Catherine before myself? She may have intended to release the poison gas haphazard. Kate turned on the sprinklers as soon as the gas was released. She was specifically targeting the person who triggered the trap. Mr. Gustavia, you were her only target. You are willing to accept the words of this criminal as the truth?
Miss Hall must atone for her crimes. However, the same can be said for the criminal from 18 years ago.
Sir Prosecutor, it seems you wish to suspect me to the bitter end. However, I had no reason to murder Sir Dover. Oh, if there is no evidence to suggest that I killed him, you cannot suspect me. Ugh.
Mr. Edgeworth, can't you prove that Mr. Gustavia is the criminal?
All we know for sure is that Mr. Gustavia fell victim to the poison gas. No matter how strange his behavior was, it won't prove he committed the murder.
But that's... Mr. Shields, is there nothing we can do?
Well, if there isn't any evidence, we should try reorganizing the facts. If Mr. Gustavia was the one who killed Mr. Dover, there must have been a motive.
Motive? Mr. Gustavia himself is denying that such a motive exists.
It's not easy to take another person's life. 18 years ago, your old man also discussed motive with Prosecutor Von Karma.
You claim the collaboration is irrelevant? If Mr. Gustavia and Mr. Dover's relationship had turned sour, it couldn't serve as a motive for murder.
We couldn't talk with Mr. Gustavia 18 years ago, but this time things are different. We connect everything we've learned so far, the truth might be revealed.
Yes, I suppose so. It seems I must re-examine the information from 18 years ago. I must recall all the details that have remained unexplained.
So, the glove finger marks on the picture frame was your doing?
Delicia denied leaving the finger marks on the frame. If they were left by Mr. Gustavia, he may have been trying to view the angel's recipe.
Monsieur Master asked me to change the film in the camera. It seemed like the film he prepared in advance wasn't enough. There wasn't enough film? It seems the number of photos he took didn't match with the amount of film remaining. Well, he told me himself it might have been just a mistake, though.
The information my father collected 18 years ago was certainly not for naught. If there is no evidence, then I shall use the logic to reveal the truth.
Okay, so let's see here now. Okay, clearly that.
Mr. Gustavia, you collaborated with the victim Isaac Dover to create your desserts, didn't you?
Oh, it seems you know about my secret.
Mr. Shields told me about it. Mr. Dover handled the design while you were in charge of the taste. Is that correct?
Back then, my training had been insufficient.
It seems you worked together through the semifinals, but not during the finals. Why is that?
We both wished to compete in the finals against Sir Master on our own merits.
You must have also helped with Isaac Dover's dessert even during the finals.
What makes you able to declare something like that?
Didn't you tell Prosecutor Von Karmer about it yourself 18 years ago? That you cooperated until the day before the finals?
Okay, I'm just gonna skip this because I already read it. I like the black and white objection. The black and white objection.
Why did Isaac Dover not help you in return? If there's a reason why your partnership with Isaac Dover broke down, that would be a motive for murder.
Oh, we got him.
That could be a possibility. However, Sir Dover and I ended our partnership peacefully.
A peaceful breakup? That's hard to imagine.
Not to mention, it's absurd to think that I killed Sir Dover in Sir Master's room. I couldn't have killed Sir Dover while Sir Master was also there making his desserts. In other words, there is no way I could have committed the murder.
That's not true. If there was a moment when Mr. Master was absent from the room, I could prove that it was possible for Mr. Gustavia to commit the murder.
Okay, I think I have this one. Let's see, am I right? No, I'm not. Okay, that's the wrong answer.
I can't see a clear connection between these two pieces of information. I need to think this one over one more time.
Wow, they do not let you save at these moments, which is kind of harsh, honestly. Okay, let's try this one then. Okay, yeah, that's also wrong. Fine.
Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic.
This is literally the only other possible answer. Okay, I guess that was the right one then.
If he had photographed the contents of the angel's recipe, he wouldn't need to steal it. Perhaps Mr. Gustavia used Mr. Master's camera to take the pictures.
If he had stolen the actual recipe book, the police would have found out.
I see. Pictures, eh?
The problem is the time at which he entered Mr. Master's room.
Mr. Gustavia could have moved around freely during the afternoon tea, right? Because it seems both him and Mr. Dover did not participate in the afternoon tea.
If I remember correctly, the only time we can prove that Dover was still alive is...
Okay, yeah, I'm just not gonna read the flashbacks anymore, I think.
After the contest began, Isaac Dover was locked up in his room. If we assume he was killed at some point before Delicia snuck into his room, then there's a high chance that he was killed before the afternoon tea was over.
Okay, so we only have two left. It's gonna end up being wrong, isn't it? Oh, no, it's right. Good.
Isaac Dover was alive up until the afternoon tea began. Ergo, that is the only time when Gustavia could have killed Dover.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you satisfied?
Sorry, but I'm far from satisfied, because I'm finally starting to see the truth behind this case.
Are you saying you have found some evidence to show us that truth?
No, there's no need to present any evidence, since we can just have Mr. Gustavia tell us the truth.
Huh? So this is where you use that, right?
Indeed. Mr. Gustavia, there's one thing I want you to tell me. I said, Mr. Gustavia, there's one thing I want you to tell me.
Oh, what is it?
During the finals of the contest, you made your desserts on your own.
I wanted to compete for the title of the world's greatest pastry chef on my own merits.
If that was truly the case, you would have competed on your own merits from the start. I want you to tell me why it was necessary for you to cooperate with Isaac Dover.
Okay, well, wait. It's like, for letting you oh, logic chess time. Okay,
During the contest 18 years ago, Mr.
Okay, we're just going to make a save. We're going to make a save right here because I do not trust myself not to fuck this up at this point. I really don't. And I hope to God that KI wasn't lying to me when he said that, like, you can actually, like, if you game over on these things, you can still recover from them. Because this is going to be a colossal waste of time.
During the contest 18 years ago, Mr. Gustavia collaborated with Mr. Dover. I wonder what made them decide to cooperate in the first place. And that's what I need to draw out from him, but...
Wow.
It seems he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. First, I'll ask him about why he collaborated with Mr. Dover. The truth has been hidden for 18 years. That ends today.
Begin logic chess.
Why did you decide to collaborate with Isaac Dover?
Sir Dover and I were already acquaintances even before the contest began. Since he was interested in the contest, we simply decided to enter it together.
Joining forces with a sculptor. You weren't confident in your own abilities?
You know nothing about me. We wanted to make great works together.
I will reveal all your lies for what they are.
Oh, okay, so, okay, don't let... Okay.
Is that all? You bore me with your empty threats, Sir Persecutor.
Gah! I need to be careful not to make careless statements.
Okay, let's start over.
I must read my opponent's reactions and emotions and strike with the right words.
Sir Dover's son and my own attended the same elementary school. We all got along well from the start.
Really? So were you going to share the title of world's greatest pastry chef together?
Wait and see. Okay, yeah.
My condition may be worsening. I should get back to the infirmary.
Wait! I was too passive there.
Okay, so get angry at him. Okay, I get it now. Alright, so I need to get angry at him when he... So when he's angry, I ignore him. When he's passive, I piss him off. Alright.
As expected, he pretends to meditate when things aren't going his way. Mr. Dover was a sculptor. I doubt he had any interest in the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. In that case, where did his true goal lie?
Indeed, my goal was the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. However, Sir Dover's goal was the grand prize, the angel's recipe.
I see. You cooperated because your interests were aligned. But there must have been a reason why your partnership soured.
Sir Prosecutor, I am the victim of a poisoning. If you're going to suspect me in this manner, perhaps I'd better return to the infirmary.
Wait a moment.
In that case, you should end things soon. I am not a patient man.
It seems he's trying to leave. I can't let that happen. He's still hiding something. Next, I should ask him about his true goal.
Okay, good. So we healed.
I need to keep the pressure on him while being cautious of the time. Didn't you have another goal besides the title? The title alone doesn't seem to have much value.
How dare the likes of you insult the title of a confectionery artist? My only goal was the title itself. I had no interest in anything else. My dream was to become the world's greatest pastry chef. 18 years ago, I was lacking design sense. However, things are different now.
Oh, are you saying you have improved at your craft?
Exactly, for I've trained at the Republic of Zengfa.
Yes, yes, at the time I also studied Mr. Master's works. I would often watch his show with my son.
So, you are studying Mr. Master's work to improve your own skills. If you had his recipes, perhaps it would have been easier for you to become the world's greatest.
Perhaps. To a pastry chef, Sir Master's recipes were worth their weight in gold.
Alright. There we go. If becoming the world's greatest pastry chef was your goal, you should have also been interested in the grand prize, the angel's recipe.
The recipes of the world's greatest pastry chef. I would be lying if I said it wasn't. I would be lying if I said I wasn't interested. However, I wouldn't think that simply being interested would be a problem.
I wonder about that. The angel's recipe's true nature was not for making desserts, but cures. And all of the contest participants should have been aware of that. Looks like I'm getting close. He isn't meditating anymore. Now to slowly but surely drive him into a corner. Next, I'll ask what he planned to use the recipe book for. Did you intend to win the angel's recipe and use it to make desserts?
Of course, if I obtained the angel's recipe, I was going to use it in my training.
I hear the angel's recipe was worth a lot of money.
I don't know the exact details, but that recipe book was much too valuable to be sold.
You seem to know quite a lot about the angel's recipe.
It was explained to all the contest participants at the beginning of the contest.
In that case, you must know about the recipe book's true nature. That it was not a recipe book for desserts at all.
Impressive, Sir Prosecutor. So you know the true nature of the angel's recipe. The angel's recipe, some have called it the ultimate recipe book. It contained formulas for new medicines that were not yet on the market.
He knew the recipes were actually formulas for new medicines. This could be a useful clue. The angel's recipe. Did you know its true value?
Silly question. It contains Sir Master's best dessert recipes. Any pastry chef worth their salt would want it.
Looks like that clue will come in handy. You may have studied design in Zhengfa. However, your skills in lying could use more work. You just said earlier that the angel's recipe contained formulas for medicine. You weren't interested in desserts. You wanted the medicine formulas.
Here we go. Yep, there we go, the smugness.
Now, why would a pastry chef such as yourself be so interested in medicine? Perhaps what you were really after was the information about the new medicine?
No! I've underestimated you, Sir Prosecutor. Yes, my goal was more than just the title of the world's greatest pastry chef. At the time my son was ill, I needed the recipe for the medicine.
Your son was ill? Tell me more about that.
To protect my son's honor, I can say no more.
Judging by the worried look on his face, I must have struck a nerve. Next, I need him to tell me more about his son's illness. This is it. This will be my final move of the game. Did the angel's recipe have the only cure?
Yes, though the medicine is being sold everywhere now. At the time, the recipe book was my one and only option. That's why I continued making my desserts without joining the others for tea time.
So, you weren't interested in what Mr. Master was making? You sure seemed confident in your chances of winning.
I couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the other contestants' desserts.
You just said earlier that you studied Mr. Master's works. In addition, if your goal was to win the contest in order to get the medicine formula, you must have been curious about the other contestants' entries as well.
There was time to sample the other desserts during the contest, but none of their entries had any flavor. So I didn't want to eat any of it.
I suspect I may have been a bit nervous as well.
So, everything he ate tasted flavorless. This could be a useful clue. What was the name of your son's illness?
Sir Prosecutor, how insensitive of you. My son was seriously ill. I will not be discussing this with the likes of you.
It seems I don't have enough clues to proceed with this line of questioning. Maybe I should try another line of attack. What kind of person was your son?
Ah, my boy. He loved the desserts I made.
Did you enter the contest solely for your son?
Sir Prosecutor, you could never understand the feelings a father has for his son. I wanted nothing more than to cure my boy's illness.
We can see, okay, because he's pissed.
Until the semifinals, my son would always drop by the contest venue to play.
Is that so? Wouldn't you get in your way? I doubt you had the time. I doubt you had time to care for your son while you were challenging Mr. Master.
That may be so, but I wanted to grant my son's wish. He said he always wanted to be the first to eat my desserts.
About your son. If he was so sick, wouldn't it be difficult for him to come and play with you?
My son's illness, it wasn't life-threatening.
That might serve as a clue. What was the name of your son's illness?
Sir Prosecutor, how insensitive of me.
Looks like that clue will come in handy.
Here we go.
You told me your son's illness was not life-threatening. Is there really a need to be so secretive about it?
It was enough to keep him from living a normal life.
That must have been difficult for your son.
I tried everything I could to cure his illness. It wasn't fair for the poor boy. He could never taste the desserts he loved so much.
Was it a taste disorder?
The angel's recipe contains a cure for a certain illness. A remedy that could also cure Mr. Master's taste disorder.
What? He had it too?
He had it too, I see. So your son suffers from a taste disorder.
I didn't think you'd figure it out so quickly.
In order to cure your son's taste disorder, you needed the recipe book. Wasn't that your true goal?
It is as you say.
And based on how he's acted up until now, it appears he's still hiding something. Looks like that clue will come in handy. Being unable to taste anything regardless of what you eat. Such a bitter illness. That reminds me, didn't you say something similar earlier? None of their entries had any flavor, so I didn't feel like eating any of it, wasn't it? Perhaps your son wasn't the only one who suffered from a taste disorder. It's hard to imagine being a successful pastry chef without a sense of taste. Perhaps what you really wanted was to cure yourself?
That's completely ludicrous. 18 years ago, I made those desserts all by myself.
Didn't you collaborate with Mr. Dover? Here we go. The big one.
It seems you've caught yourself in a contradiction. Didn't you cooperate with Isaac Dover in the contest? You can hardly say you made the desserts all by yourself.
No! No!
You must take great pride in your abilities as a pastry chef, but to betray your pride and cooperate with another contestant. You did it all to cure your own disease.
Well done, Sir Prosecutor. It is as you say. The one with the taste disorder is not my son. It is I. No one knew. I've kept it a secret for 18 years.
It doesn't matter how long a secret is kept. If you lie before me, I will expose it. Dan Gustavia and Isaac Dover were both trying to obtain the recipes for the new medicines. Gustavia to cure his condition, and Dover most likely to sell the recipe book for money. For this reason, they entered the contest as a collaborative effort. And with that, checkmate.
Oh, thank you, game. Thank you for being so merciful to me. Logic chess complete.
I have never told this to anyone. Well done. As you say, I developed a taste disorder 18 years ago.
Taste disorder?
It was a severe disorder. I was unable to discern any flavor at all. It's the only illness a pastry chef dreads above all.
Those symptoms sound a bit different from Mr. Master's taste disorder.
Mr. Master's condition is known as hypogeusia. It simply causes a decreased sensitivity to certain specific flavors. I am sure it has caused Mr. Master much pain, too. After all, no medication was available to cure it 18 years ago.
In order to cure your taste disorder, you would need Mr. Master's angel recipe. And that's why you entered the contest, am I correct?
That was one of my goals, but I still had my sights set on the title of World's Greatest. When it comes to making desserts, I won't lose to anyone. Even without the ability to taste, I still have the utmost confidence in my flavors.
So I presume you also prepared your dessert in the finals with the intent to win?
That goes without saying.
According to what Mr. Shields told us earlier, the evaluation of Mr. Gustavio's entry was...
Okay, we're to my liking. Unfortunately, both the taste and appearance of his finals entry left much to be desired.
It seems the dessert you made for the finals was not It seems the dessert you made for the finals was not rated highly in regards to flavor. Mr. Gustavio, you will tell us about how you made your dessert during the finals.
Very well. It seems I must teach you upstarts a lesson.
Dessert for the finals.
Sir Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor, he was in charge of the design. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Master with my own skills. I helped Sir Dover make his entry, but I made mine completely on my own. If the flavor of my entry wasn't good enough, my own lack of training was to blame. How about that, Sir Prosecutor? This is the truth of 18 years ago.
I can't find any contradictions in his testimony.
Well, of course he isn't going to fess up that easily. This guy's been on the run for 18 years after all. Guess we'll have to keep on pressing him until he breaks, eh?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I need to get some more water and take a quick little pee break, so I'll be right back.
Man, my mic's really picking up this stuff, huh?
Sort of like background noise. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the wait. I realized I probably could have just done I could have done a save right at this point, and that probably would have helped me out, but hey, let's go into this. Let's fly into the danger zone. So Dover and I cooperated until the finals. I handled the flavor. He was in charge of the design. However, for the finals, I wanted to challenge Sir Master and my own skills.
So, you helped Mr. Dover with his dessert, but made yours all by yourself? No matter how you look at it, this seems odd. Why didn't Mr. Dover assist you?
It matters not how it seems. It's the truth. I do not know what Mr. Dover was... It matters not how it seems. It's the truth. I do not know what Sir Dover was thinking. It's hard to prove if someone is lying about something that happened 18 years ago. Hey, Kay, does your secret weapon also work as a lie detector?
If it did, I'd already have. If it did, I'd have already stolen Mr. Edward's spotlight.
There's no need for that. I will expose this man's lies myself. Dame Gustavia, please continue with your testimony. Up until the finals, I heard that you received high praise for the flavor of your desserts. Was there some sort of accident during the finals?
Nothing of the sort. I simply was unable to taste my work due to my taste disorder. My intuition must have been off. That's all.
Then was your intuition fine while making Mr. Dover's entry? How could there be such a huge difference between the finals and the previous day?
We're not getting anywhere at this rate.
Should I change the topic?
Ask about the semifinals.
So, you're sure there wasn't anything different between the semifinals and the finals?
Yes, that's right. Aside from not cooperating with Sir Dover, the finals weren't much different.
Wait a second. Yes, they were.
So, you were still able to make your desserts without Mr. Dover's assistance?
I may have lacked design sense, but I was confident in the flavor. Apart from the design, there were no major differences between my finals and semifinals entries. Huh? That sure is strange. That's not how Uncle Ray remembers it. I'm pretty sure both the look and taste of your finals dessert... I'm pretty sure both the look and taste of your finals dessert scored poorly.
Then there's no way he would have won the contest.
Even the flavor, which he was so confident about, failed to materialize during the finals. Something must have changed besides Mr. Dover's cooperation. But what? All those unanswered questions 18 years ago. I should already have the keys I need to unravel them. I must recall all the information that Mr. Shields and my father gathered.
See, I know the answer to this, and let's see if I can... No, damn it. Too far. Yep, bingo! Nailed it. First try.
There was another difference between the semifinals and finals. This photo depicts your son. We know he came to visit you up until the finals.
No, that is correct. What does that have to do with anything?
Your son, who always came to see you through the semifinals, was not present for the finals. And then it was only in the finals that your flavor judged poorly. I don't believe this to be a mere coincidence. Your son's visits must have been very important to you, were they not?
A father can work miracles when his son is watching. With my son cheering me on, I was able to make the most delicious desserts.
Mr. Gustavia sure sounds like a good father, doesn't he?
If what he's saying is the whole truth, one could say so. But just hearing his son's cheers wouldn't be enough to change the taste of his desserts. A confectioner, confident in his sense of taste, develops a taste disorder. It would have been difficult for him to maintain the taste of his desserts. Your son came to cheer you on. Was that really all he did?
You seem very doubtful, Sir Prosecutor. In that case, I'll turn this around and ask you. What else could my elementary school son have done besides cheer me on?
He tasted your desserts.
I'm sure your elementary school son would have remembered the taste of your desserts.
Of course, my son always loved my desserts.
In that case, he would have been able to taste test your desserts in your place.
What did you say?
Earlier, you told us that you have a taste disorder.
Okay, we're just gonna skip that.
No one else knew about your taste disorder. If Mr. Dover had found out, he would have ended your partnership. After all, you were in charge of the flavor.
Wow,
Your son didn't just cheer you on. He also helped to. He also helped you determine if your He also helped you determine if your desserts tasted correct.
No! Ah, I see. Mr. Dover's dessert was made the day before, so it still tasted good. What you are saying is quite amusing, Sir Prosecutor. You say that my elementary school son assisted me as a taste tester? You are insulting my pride.
Your pride?
It's true, I had no sense of design 18 years ago. However, I won't lose to anyone when it comes to flavor. You claim I would cast aside my pride and rely on my son? Don't get carried away with your foolish conjecture. You upstart.
In that case, I'm sure your son can confirm if my theory is mere conjecture.
Unfortunately for you, I no longer have a son.
What?
After my taste disorder was cured, I went to train in Zhengfa immediately. During that time, I severed all ties with my son.
What?
Don't tell me. You would even abandon your own son?
That's not all. Even today, the whereabouts of his son are still unknown. The police have been searching, but they haven't been able to find... any traces of him. You wish to confirm your theory? I welcome you to try. Desserts are the only things that are important to me. After regaining my sense of taste, my son no longer mattered.
Order in the court. Mr. Gustavia's actions are certainly inhumane. However, we are not here to judge whether or not he is a good father. Prosecutor Edgeworth, I believe this is your loss.
After all, there is no evidence left from 18 years ago that could prove your theories.
Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do? At this rate, we'll never find out the truth.
Detective Gumshoe, where are those results?
Wonder whose blood it could have been.
Yeah, there we go. I miss doing Gumshoe's voice.
I entrusted Detective Gumshoe with the last piece of evidence. If only I knew who that blood belonged to.
Miles, there's still one thing that's bothering Uncle Ray. Was Mr. Gustavia's only reason for coming to the art gallery to check on the body?
If he only wanted to confirm the body's presence, he wouldn't have needed to open the case.
That's right. Is there a way we can prove this?
And there's one way. We just need that evidence from Detective Gumshoe.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, what are you talking about?
Mr. Edgeworth, sorry to keep you waiting, sir.
Just the person I was talking about. Detective Gumshoe, I trust you have the test results?
Of course, sir. I just got the report back from the lab.
Detective, please be silent. So, this is the evidence that Prosecutor Edgeworth was talking about.
Huh? Hey, what's this? This is the first I've heard of it.
And this was a request from me. I asked him to investigate a certain piece of evidence.
Why? Why is everyone always helping you out? I'm the one in charge of the crime scene.
Mr. DeBest, I apologize for taking matters into my own hands, but how about we hear his report first?
Sure.
Detective Gumshoe, what were the results?
Here's the report, sir. The traces of blood found in the Gemini sculpture belong to the victim of the poison gas. Dame Gustavia. What are you saying?
Good work, Detective Gumshoe. As I thought, my theory was correct.
Mr. Edgeworth? What do you mean? We too would like an explanation. What on earth does this blood prove?
This blood is something the culprit of the IS-7 incident tried to conceal.
It can't be! That's...
This blood was found inside the glass case of the Gemini sculpture. In other words, your blood was found alongside Mr. Dover's body.
No!
Why would Mr. Gustavia's blood be in a place like that?
If you intend to remain silent, then I'll reveal the truth myself. In the Gemini case, aside from the blood, we also found traces of salt and sugar.
Salt and blood?
And only one of Mr. Dover's sherbet desserts tasted salty.
Come to think of it, I remember Ms. Delicious saying the same thing 18 years ago.
Salty!
Exactly. For some reason, salt had been mixed into the lyre. No other traces of salt were found in Dover's room.
In that case, please explain. Where did the salt detected in the lyre come from?
Okay, alright, here we go. Here we go. This is going to be difficult. Okay, so... oh! Rock salt lamp, of course!
This is the rock salt lamp used as the murder weapon in the IS incident? IS-7 incident?
I believe part of this rock salt lamp was mixed in with the sherbet from the lyre. At the time of the murder, there were 2 rock salt lamps in Mr. Master's room. One of those lamps took Mr. Dover's life. We know that Mr. Dover's blood was left behind on the murderous lamp, however. There were no traces of anyone's blood found at the crime scene, Mr. Master's room.
Because the killer disposed of all the desserts with traces of blood into the streams of water, right?
No other traces of salt were found in Mr. Dover's room.
Speaking of which, weren't the 2 rock salt lamps found in Mrs. Delicious' room also broken?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just not gonna read the flashbacks of the... You know what, I'm just gonna stop reading the flashbacks, period, honestly.
We never did figure out why the other rock salt lamp was broken. Maybe Mr. Gustavia's blood was on the other lamp.
If your blood was found on the lamps at the crime scene, you would have been suspected. As the culprit, you would have needed to conceal all traces of your blood from the police.
Don't tell me he concealed it in the sherbet lyre.
Exactly. The rock salt lamp and his blood were mixed into the sherbet lyre and hidden inside the glass case. Unlike the fountain's water, the sherbet desserts would not be analyzed right away. Perhaps he had planned to dispose of the sherbet when the opportunity presented itself?
But then, the reason Mr. Gustavia came to this gallery...
18 years ago, the body and the evidence pointing to the killer were both stolen. Even the killer could not have anticipated that. There was no way of knowing when the body and the evidence would be discovered.
So we plan to destroy the evidence before the Zodiac Art Gallery's grand opening.
Dame Gustavia, isn't it about time you confessed? You are the true culprit of the IS-7 incident.
Monsieur Gustavia, you're the reason Monsieur Master is...
Mr. Gustavia, could it be? After all this time, my crime is finally brought to light. The prosecutors and defense attorneys 18 years ago never even came close.
Man, I do not remember him looking this picture.
Bravo! Bravo! Well done, Sir Prosecutor!
So, you admit that you killed Mr. Dover?
It is true, I killed Isaac Dover, but he had only himself to blame.
What do you mean?
Wait, did I win?
Dover and I worked together in order to win the contest. No matter who won, we agreed that we'd share the angel's recipe. But on the day of the finals, he stabbed me in the back. Sir Dover, this isn't what we agreed to.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Gustavia. The deal, she is off. What? But I made your desserts for you. I'm the reason you got this far. And what of it? Can you prove that you have assisted me in any way? Dover, you were planning to betray me all along. Because of Dover's treachery, I was forced to make my finals entry on my own. It's just as Sir Prosecutor said. My son assisted me every day until the finals.
What about your pride as a confectionery artist?
A proud chef loses the ability to taste his own creations? That's a feeling an upstart like you would never understand. Mastering the art of dessert making is my reason for being. It is my one and only pride.
Committing murder for the sake of pride. That's another feeling I will never understand. To say nothing of abandoning your own son. Such a thought disgusts me.
Before you judge me, first understand what happened 18 years ago. On the day of the finals, my son never came to assist me. Thinking back on it now, I suppose Dover had a hand in that as well.
Huh? What exactly happened to your son?
I do not know, but it no longer matters. Ever since that day, my son meant nothing to me. From what I hear, he's still missing.
That's awful! Giving up on him like that?
Without your son, you had no chance of winning, correct?
Yes, and since I was guaranteed to lose, I needed a failsafe. During the afternoon tea time, I made my way to Sir Master's room. I just needed to take a photo of the cure to to my taste disorder. It would have all worked out. If only Dover hadn't interfered. Ah, Gustavia! Trying to steal a picture of my prize, are you? That hardly seems sporting. You! Cure for taste disorders? Oh, you have a taste disorder, don't you? Oh, this is reach! A pastry chef who can't taste! Dover, you... Gah! Puny worm! You are in no position to oppose me. Why, you... When I attempted to hit Dover, he struck me and sent me flying. I crashed into one of the rock salt lamps, and that was when my blood stained on it.
So Mr. Dover wasn't the first one to be injured.
To conceal my blood, I shaved away part of the rock salt. Lamp and mixed it into the sherbet. After that, it became a part of the lyre sculpture. So, that's how you try to erase your traces from the crime scene. Dover tried to blackmail me by using his knowledge of my taste disorder. If I didn't want it to become public, I was to pay him a large sum.
So, that's the reason why you killed Isaac Dover?
Exactly! What reason do I have to let those who obstruct me live? He was the one who drew first blood. I simply gave him his just desserts.
So, that was his motive.
I carried the rock salt lamp that bore my blood into Dover's room. Then I came up with a hiding place where it would not be easily found. I get it. That room contained plenty of tools for sculpting sherbet. Your deduction is spot on, Sir Attorney. It was the ideal place to shave away the rock salt. I then proceeded to coat the surface of the sherbet lyre with vast amounts of the salty mixture.
But why? Why did you try to pin the crime on Monsieur Master?
Hold it! You are wrong to blame me for that, Lady Catherine. If not for your unnecessary meddling, Sir Master would never have been a suspect.
Huh?
Why do you think I hid the murder weapon in fluorescent cloth in Lady Delicia's room?
There was only one reason why you'd place a murder weapon in someone else's room. You wanted to pin the crime on Delicia.
Me?
Yes, that is correct.
Gusty, why? Why me?
As one who sought to be the world's best confectioner, I greatly respected Sir Master. It was never my intention to cast suspicion on him, but an insolent woman who dared to sully the contest with fake desserts. I had no problem letting someone like you take the blame for the crime.
That makes me sad.
If you hadn't snacked on other people's desserts, the body would have never... If you hadn't snacked on other people's desserts, the body would never have been found. It was when Sir Master would be judging Lady Delicia's room. That's when I finally saw an opportunity to freeze the body, but before I could move the body, Lady Catherine had already discovered it.
Why did you need to freeze Monsieur body? Why did you need to freeze Monsieur Dover's body?
Why, indeed!
Monsieur Edgeworth, please tell us. Why would Monsieur Gustavia have needed to freeze the body?
To throw off the time of death.
Mr. Gustavia intended to freeze the body in order to throw off the time of death. If the time of death had coincided with the tea party, Mr. Gustavia would have been suspected.
That is correct. Preparations were necessary to freeze the body. While I was preparing in Preparations were necessary to freeze the body. While I was preparing in Dover's room, I placed the body in the treasure chest in Sir Master's room. I could think of no better hiding place at the time. But thanks to that gluttonous pharmacist, the lid of the chest broke.
But why did you disguise him as an ice sculpture?
Once the body was discovered, there would be no time to throw off the time of death. To buy time, you needed to hide it someplace else.
How horrid. How could you hide Monsieur Dover's body within one of his own works?
It all would have worked out if the body hadn't been discovered while it was in Sir Master's room. If everything had gone according to plan, Sir Master would never have been arrested.
So, because I discovered the body, it's my fault Monsieur Master was...
Kate, don't take his words to heart. Even if suspicion hadn't fallen on Mr. Master, Ms. Delicious would have taken the fall. No matter who he targeted, the one at fault here is Mr. Gustavia himself. The detective in charge of the initial investigation was also a dunce. To think that he never reported the missing body to the prosecutor.
Prosecutor Von Karmer indicted Mr. Master without knowing the body had vanished.
I see. That would explain why he looked so flustered at the crime scene. Although, it's something that would stand out if you read the official documents.
Could someone have intentionally distorted the information? At any rate, Von Karma found out about the missing body after he had made his indictment. And if he had let one person be acquitted, he'd have a stain on his much-prided perfect record. And that's why he concealed the fact that the body was hidden, and had Mr. Master declared guilty.
What are you saying? For 18 years, that man has taken the blame for your crimes. Don't you feel anything at all?
I don't care what you say. What a monster! I'm arresting him right here, right now, sir!
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that will be impossible.
So you figured it out? That's correct. You have no right to sentence me.
But what? But the culprit is standing right in front of us.
Allow me to tell you the reason why you can't arrest me.
Yeah, I know why.
Why you can't arrest me? It has been 18 years since I murdered Dover. The statute of limitations for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I only confessed my crime because the statute of limitations had expired.
The statute of limitations for murder is 15 years? Mr. Edgeworth, is there nothing we can do?
As long as the statute of limitations remains, arresting him is impossible.
No way! My sincerest apologies, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Neither Mr. Gustavia's testimony nor your logic can be taken as official legal proof. The verdict of the trial 18 years ago cannot be overturned.
What? What about the fact that Mr. Dover's body was hidden? Even if we can't arrest Mr. Gustavia, this should at least earn Mr. Master a retrial.
Really? I wonder about that. Overturning a verdict of the goddess of law is much harder than you think.
Is the PIC trying to justify the verdict from 18 years ago?
How unfortunate, Sir Prosecutor!
Is there nothing I can do? Is there no way to continue pursuing Mr. Gustavia?
Okay, well, here we go. It has been 18 years since I murdered Dover. The statute of limitation for murder in this country is 15 years, is it not? In other words, it's impossible for you to arrest me. I only confessed my crime because the statute of limitations has expired.
I can see how he was able to escape justice for 18 years.
Isn't there some way we can catch him?
Mr. Gustavia is an amateur at law, after all. He's no match for a real ace attorney. I'm sure there's some flaw in his plan that we can exploit.
An amateur at law,
Okay, let's see here now. There's gotta be something here. Oh, yep. No, wait, we got it. That's it. Flees to or lives is on hold until he. Okay, yeah. No, we have it. I have the answer. Okay, I just need to know which one I need to do it. Okay, wrong one.
This evidence will tell us the truth.
You are clearly bluffing. I was not born yesterday.
Indeed. This evidence doesn't show a contradiction.
Shall I continue?
Okay, well, let's try this one then. Okay, that's also wrong. Okay, so let's... Okay, well, let's see. So... Okay, so all three of them are wrong?
Your testimony just now, it's contradictory, isn't it?
Oh my, you say such strange things, Sir Prosecutor. At this rate, you'll never reach your father.
What did you...
Don't get so worked up.
Alright, so I have to...
It's too early to say for sure that it's impossible.
Hold it! Just give it up, Sir Prosecutor. Just like your father before you. You cannot catch me.
It was because of Von Karma's interference that my father couldn't find the truth. And now I'm about to lose the truth due to the statute of limitations.
Mr. Edgeworth, we can't give up now. Your father's last case. We have to see it through to the end.
Okay.
We can't let the culprits steal the truth. That's our job. As great thieves.
I am not a great thief, but it is as you say. Dan Gustavia, I won't let you escape.
By all means, do try your best.
It's possible that some of your actions 18 years ago were not affected by the statute.
It's been so long, I've got nothing left to hide. Ask me anything you like.
Very well. Could you explain to me what you did during these past 18 years?
Certainly! After the contest, the medicine from the recipe book allowed me to fully cure my taste disorder. I then immediately headed to Zhengfa to train my design skills, so he wasn't seen ever since that case because he was in a foreign country. Indeed, and I'm certain that I went abroad to train. About 1 year after that case, right before Sir Master's final trial began. Thanks to my training, I am now a confectioner unparalleled in both taste and design.
You should not be proud of a position earned through the sacrifices of others.
You can't bake a cake without breaking a few eggs. Sacrifices were necessary for my goal.
That's horrible.
Say what you will. The fact still remains that you cannot arrest me.
I have to get more information out from Mr. Gustavia. Was there anything of note in his recent testimony?
Yes, is training... Yeah.
Could you please add the details about your training in Zhengfa to your testimony?
Certainly!
Here we go. This is it. This is it. This is the one. This is it. There it is! We got him! We got him, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
One of the conditions regarding the statute of limitations for murder is as follows. If the suspect flees to a foreign country, the time limit is on hold until the suspect returns. So the statute of limitations was suspended while you were overseas.
That's right! The statute of limitations stopped while you were training in Zhengfa. Indeed. It is possible that the statute of limitations has not expired yet. Mr. Gustavia, please tell us how long you stayed in Zhengfa.
It would be exactly 3 years. 3 years? Wait. Let's calmly think this over. The case occurred 18 years ago. The statute of limitations is 15 years and he was away for 3.
15 plus 3 is exactly 18 years. I'm sure of it. Mr. Edgeworth, we did it! The statute of limitations hasn't expired yet.
Is he gonna commit seppuku?
Exactly 18 years, you say? How amusing.
So he realized.
Well, why are you laughing? The statute of limitations still applies.
Okay, it's frustrating, but the case occurred in December. It's April now, which means, strictly speaking, the case occurred 18 years and 4 months ago. His stay abroad wasn't quite enough. We were just a few months short.
Not enough? That's...
Like I said, it's impossible for you to arrest me.
He must have known all about this when he confessed to his crime.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, it really is a shame. If it was just 1 year earlier, the statute of limitations would not have run out. Those who undermine the goddess of law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. It seems you are simply incapable.
No!
This can't be the end.
So, Monsieur Gustavia really is beyond the law's reach.
Kate, what are you thinking?
Objection.
If you're thinking of taking matters into your own hands, I implore you to reconsider. There still might be a way to bring this man to justice.
What?
Miles, remember the facts of the case 18 years ago. Just as you were mistaken earlier, it seems Mr. Gustavia has also overlooked one key detail.
Overlooked?
He wasn't present during Mr. Master's final trial, so he doesn't know the outcome of the trial. There may yet be a way for you to arrest him. Miles, look over that book on statute of limitations again. 17 years ago, Master was falsely declared guilty for a serious crime. Thanks to that verdict, we aren't out of ammunition just yet.
Mr. Shields, you don't mean...
Those who undermine the goddess of law's verdict must bear the burden of their crimes. I'm Mr. Master's attorney. I can't use his suffering as a weapon in good conscience. For that reason, I leave the rest up to you.
The trial my father and Von Karma battled over. Can I use that to arrest Mr. Gustavia? What should I do? Should I raise an objection?
Raise an objection, yes. Do it.
My father and Von Karma, their paths diverged. One revealed the truth, the other concealed it. The path that I choose is the one that reveals the truth.
I see no further reason to prolong this trial. I hereby find Dame Gustavia not guilty.
Objection. Overruled. Gustavia will stand in court for his crimes.
Do you mean to say you have found a way to arrest Mr. Gustavia?
Exactly. I'll show Judge Courtney the evidence that will shatter the statute of limitations.
Okay, let's look at this. Possible accomplice. Here we go. Okay, alright, so. Yeah, it's clearly gotta be. Kablamo!
The IS-7 case file. Which page are you referring to?
That'd be suspect data. Correct?
The suspect data page. At the trial, Jeffrey Master was found guilty of being an accomplice to murder, and it took 1 year to arrive at this verdict.
Right, that is indeed true.
This book lists conditions in which the statute of limitations can be put on hold. The first, as I said earlier, is if the suspect flees to a foreign country. But there's one more. If possible accomplices are on trial, the countdown is stopped until the verdict is reached.
What are you saying? Sir Master was found to be an accomplice? That's right, Mr. Master was sentenced after you had left for your trip to Zhangfa. And he was found guilty not of being the culprit, but of being an accomplice. But it seems you didn't know that. That's absurd! Sir Master never committed any crime to begin with. You should certainly know this.
Of course we do. That is why we are going to free him. To that end, we will shatter the one remaining obstacle in our way, the statute of limitations. You fled to Zhangfa for 3 years, and Jeffrey Master was being tried and as and Jeffrey Master was being tried and as
God, why can't I say this?
and Jeffrey Master was being tried as an accomplice for 1 year. And put it all together, we see that the total time limit for this crime is 19 years. In other words, the statute of limitations is not over for you yet.
The goddess of law is unerring in her judgments. However, it seems that the prosecutor at the time was not. I cannot believe it, but it seems like the case will have to be reopened.
This is absurd! You cannot arrest me! For the last 18 years, an innocent man has suffered greatly in your stead. Mr. Gustavia, it's now time for you to atone for your crimes. No! I had finally earned my place as the greatest confectioner in the world. To achieve that goal, I cast everything aside, even my own son.
What a shame. You can't run from your crimes any longer.
Is he gonna, like, commit seppuku with his confectionery goods or something?
No! Ah!
Oh, okay. Not quite, but that was still pretty cool, actually. I gotta admit.
Dan Gustavia has been taken into custody, sir. Yeah. So you're up next, right?
Yes, I understand.
Poor Kate.
Kate.
Everyone, I am truly sorry for all the trouble I have caused. And thank you very much for catching Monsieur Gustavia.
What you...
I don't know why I did that.
What you did cannot be overlooked, even if the crimes you committed were in response to a past injustice. As a prosecutor, I am terribly sorry for what happened.
No, I am only getting what I deserve, since I was the cause of all this.
I wish they had read, I am only getting my just desserts. That would have been perfect. Actually, it would have been too cheesy.
Kate, will you have me as your attorney? I'm not quite the same useless kid I was 18 years ago. I won't let them find you guilty.
Aw, she's crying.
Oh, Monsieur Shields! Yes, thank you so much.
Is he gonna get... Ah, I thought he was gonna get his hug. I thought he was finally going to get his hug, but he didn't.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's time to go.
Yes, alright.
Ah, and she bows. Yeah, oh, she bows again.
Judge Courtney, I can't help but feel that you've been dishonest with me.
Dishonest? Whatever do you mean?
You said that the verdict could not be overturned, but that was not the case. A reinvestigation and retrial were obviously required as soon as the missing body was found.
I have no need to answer you.
It seems she doesn't intend to ever give me an answer.
Prosecutor Edgeworth, the PIC has you in its sights. They will receive a report on everything you did here today, and you will most likely be required to appear before them. Now then, I shall take my leave.
I don't like these PSC guys.
Hold on! Mr. Edgeworth caught the real bad guy! Didn't he do his job as a prosecutor?
No matter how things turn out, I will never regret what I did here today.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey! Prosecutor Edgeworth!
What is it?
Why are you always sticking your nose into cases that you're not even involved in?
My duty is to reveal the truth. Not only as a prosecutor, it's just who I am.
I don't get it.
As long as you continue to think that being the best is all that matters, I doubt you ever will.
Well, I don't get it. Well, I don't get that either. I'm going home.
Well, what was that all about?
There's much he still needs to learn.
Hmm? Miley!
What? What is it?
I knew Greggy's son could do it. I think I might be falling for you. Thanks for helping, Jeffy.
Well,
Yo, Edgy! Great job solving that case. Well, I was busy drawing, so I really didn't catch all of it. Huh? Where did Katie and Justy run off to?
Laurice, you really weren't paying much attention at all, were you?
well, I hate to admit it, but Larry's doodles actually helped us out a few times. I should say something nice to him.
Don't glare at me like that. I'm sorry.
It was not my intent to glare at you.
That patented Edgeworth glare. You're just like your old man.
Is that so?
Well then, Uncle Ray's gonna go pay Mr. Master a visit. You guys want to tag along?
I'd be happy to accompany you.
Oh, me too.
April 2nd, 4:56 p.m. Detention Center Visitors Room. Wait, wouldn't he be in...
So this Jeffrey Master, what's he like?
Oh, he's a really nice and gentle guy. He's still doing his best to make people happy. He actually cooks desserts for the inmates. Nowadays, all the prisoners and guards look forward to snack time at 3 o'clock.
Wow, that's nice. I want to eat his desserts too.
So the chocolate cake we saw in the prison the other day, he was the one who made it?
Okay, okay, so he's still got white hair then.
Oh, Gummy, why are you here?
I heard everybody was coming to visit, so I escorted Mr. Master myself.
Hello, one and all. I am Jeffrey Master.
Oh no, he does look older now. God, he looks quite gaunt, actually.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth at your service.
And I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant, Kay Faraday.
Ho ho! It is a pleasure to meet you all.
Mr. Master, Miles is your old defense attorney's son.
You mean Mr. Gregory's? Your father has done so much for me, and yet I betrayed his good faith when I made the false confession. I've heard the details from Mr. Shields.
Mr. Master, I came here today to tell you everything we've learned about 18 years ago.
18 years ago? Kate committed a crime for my sake? Why would she do such a thing?
Miss Hall has been trying to prove your innocence for the past 18 years. She was willing to do whatever it took to save you.
Kate, she shouldn't have gone through so much trouble for an old man who let her down. Mr. Master, I don't think you realize just how much Miss Hall cares for you.
Okay, so, wait, I want to... Oh, okay, yeah, so there you... Okay, how... 57... 57! He's an old man at 57!
Mr. Master, I don't think you realize just how much Miss Hall cares for you. I have something here that clearly proves the two of you share an unbreakable bond. An unbreakable bond? Proof of the bond between Jeffrey Master and Catherine Hall. And this should give Mr. Master some peace of mind.
Okay, this is gonna be tough. The chocolates, right? I think it's the No, wait. Okay, okay, fuck, we'll do the chocolates then. Wait, can I save? I can't save. Crap, alright.
These chocolates. Did Kate make them? She did.
They're really sweet and tasty.
She's been making these chocolates for the past 18 years, so that she could give them to you whenever you returned. Kate.
Oh, he's crying.
I'm sure they are very, very sweet. Yes, they truly are. Unfortunately, I cannot give them to you now, but
I can hand them over later in secret, pal.
it is against the rules, but right now I don't have the authority to stop him. Oh, thank you very much. Say, you remind me of an old friend. Do you know of a Detective Bad?
Of course I do. Detective Bad is my #1 role model, pal.
How uncanny. Talk about fate.
Mr. Master, it's looking like we'll be able to get you out soon. I can only apologize that it took 18 years to do so.
Raymond, I'm the one who should be apologizing. No, that's not it. What I really should be saying is, thank you.
Mr. Master!
Now it's my turn to wait for Kate. I'll make her favorite sweets every day until she returns. Please look after her, Raymond.
You got it.
Oh, that's just heartbreaking.
The IS-7 incident, the case I inherited from my father. After 18 long years, it's finally coming to a close.
Miles, thanks for today. I am sorry for leaving that final decision to you.
No, I made that decision of my own free will.
Eh? What are you talking about?
To arrest Gustavia, we had no choice but to use Mr. Master's false charge. To use Mr. Master's false charge, which I was originally supposed to protect him from, the attorney inside of me simply could not do it.
So that's how it was.
But after this, Uncle Ray is going to try to clear away that false charge as well.
Yes, I understand.
What? But if they find out about the false charge, they won't be able to arrest Mr. Gustavia, right?
That's true. It sure is a contradiction in the law. The way the law is right now, it isn't always completely right.
A contradiction in the law?
Well, who knows what'll happen? The law evolves and grows, just like all of us do. Just like Uncle Ray and Miles have grown up, you know?
People in the law both grow.
Miles, to fight crime as a prosecutor or to save people as a defense attorney, I want you to think carefully about how you want to live your life from now on.
I will.
Well, if you ask Uncle Ray, you'll always be welcome down at the office. Alrighty then, looks like it's time for Uncle Ray to get going. Next time I see you, I'll be sure to thank you again. Really though, thanks for today.
Who's he waving to? I really hope he doesn't die.
Mr. Shields sure seemed... Mr. Shields seemed to be in a bit of a hurry.
Indeed. I should be the one thanking him. I was able to face my father's last case because of him. When I was young, I wanted to become a great defense attorney like my father. However, under Prosecutor Von Karma, I learned the ways of a prosecutor. Thanks to a certain friend, I was able to discover my own path in life.
Why can't they just call Phoenix by name?
However, right now there are forces trying to take me off the prosecutor's path. And maybe now is the perfect time to think about how I should live my life.
April 2nd. Jesus Christ, it keeps going. April 2nd, 7:29 p.m. Edgeworth Law Offices.
Gregory, I'm sorry that it took so long.
Oh.
It may have taken 18 years, but finally, we've proven Mr. Master's innocence. Miles, your son, helped me with that. The way he fought for the truth, he was just like you, Gregory.
Oh.
I'm still not the kind of attorney you were, but I will forever carry on the convictions I inherited from you. And if I can, together with him.
Aw. That's why he wanted the picture.
To fight crime as a prosecutor, want to save people as a defense attorney. And the path I choose is
The end. That sure is a path, all right. Okay, we did it. We made it to 4 hours. I was at it. I was at this for 4 fucking hours. Oh God. I'm not doing that again. Oh God. Okay, so the forgotten. Okay, so it looks like K is gonna be that. Okay, so yeah, there's Greg and yeah and. Okay, all right. So let's go back to the title screen. Okay, so until next time, this has been Professor Icepick with Back to Log Off, signing off. See you next time.